TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. I got a World War III update and alert. Putin attacks the U.S. base, and it's crickets from the U.S. about it. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Yeah. Well, I waited a day or two and sat on this first story to see what the reaction of Trump and the U.S. big mouths was going to be. Crickets, because Putin is flexing military muscle all over the world. Let's get into the content.
As expected, after the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad, life in Syria has not only not improved, but has also deteriorated significantly. The Syrian Alawites in the west, the Druze in the south, and the Kurds in the north of the country, continue to demonstrate to the current Syrian authorities their unwillingness to submit to Damascus. All this suggests that the current Syrian authorities are unlikely to be able to preserve the country's unity and sovereignty. However, as current events show, the Syrian authorities, led by Ahmed al-Shara, are not going to give up, and are doing everything to ensure that Damascus does not lose the remaining parts of Syria. The recent conflict between government forces and Syrian Alawites in the west, and Druze in the south, has once again proved that Syria is rapidly moving towards the division of the country. Meanwhile, the United States continues to set fire to Syria, poisoning not only Kurds and Syrian Sunnis against one another, but also Israel and Turkey. Washington is well aware that sooner or later, Turkey and Israel will go head-to-head in Syria, as Tel Aviv is not interested in strengthening Syria and its new pro-Turkish authorities. Israel, with Washington's help, will do everything to ensure that Syria never becomes a full-fledged state entity. And given the fact that neither Turkey nor Israel will be able to emerge victorious in this conflict, the armed confrontation on Syrian soil will continue for decades. By the way, this is very beneficial to the United States, as Washington is preparing to withdraw from Syria to focus on confronting its most formidable rival, China, which claims global leadership in all areas. At the same time, judging by what is happening, the United States is doing everything to leave Syria without losing face. Washington does not want to experience another humiliation like the one in Afghanistan. By the way, Washington is doing the same in Europe. The White House, realizing that the war in Ukraine has long been lost, is doing everything to leave Europe alone with Russia, and, at the same time, force Moscow to pay a heavy price for the Russian army's successes on the battlefield. Washington wants to ensure that the West's loss in Ukraine is attributed only to Europe, not the United States. However, unfortunately for the White House, it seems that Russia has once again decided to disrupt all U.S. plans, and prevent Washington from leaving Syria without losing face. It seems that Russia, even despite the high risk of the outbreak of World War III, has decided to finally finish off the Western globalists, and drive the last nail into the coffin of the unipolar world.
Putin say fuck it. So let's have World War III then. How about that?
Due to the ongoing hostilities in Ukraine, the world media began to pay less attention to the events taking place in Syria. Meanwhile, events in Syria are developing rapidly and threaten to cause a third world war. So, a few hours ago, numerous Israeli sources declared that 3 Su-35 Russian fighter jets attacked the American military base Al-Tanf in South Syria. It is reported that the Russians notified the Pentagon 24 hours before launching the attack, so that the American soldiers had time to leave the territory of the military base.
That's humiliating.
Al-Tanf is a United States military base within territory controlled by the Syrian opposition in Homs Governorate, located 24 kilometers west of the Al-Tanf border.
Now, how humiliating is that for the Russian military to call the Pentagon and say, hey, y'all get out of there. We're finna be attacking that base real soon.
Crossing in the Syrian desert. The surrounding deconfliction zone is located along the Iraq and Jordan-Syria border. The garrison is located along a critical road, known as the M2 Baghdad-Damascus Highway. Moscow believes that the Americans are present in Al-Tanf military base illegally, and is trying in every possible way to squeeze out uninvited guests from there. However, if earlier Moscow used diplomacy for this purpose, now Russia has begun to use brute force. The situation in Syria is rapidly deteriorating. A week before the attack on the American military base, the commander of United States Central Command, Michael Kurilla, visited this military base. During his address to the American soldiers stationed at this military base, General Kurilla spoke extremely badly about the Russian command in Syria, and urged the U.S. military to prepare for difficult times. Numerous Israeli media outlets, citing their sources in Mossad, claim that the Russians began to put pressure on the U.S. military, along the entire front in Syria, in order to create unbearable conditions for American soldiers. Israeli experts are confident that the aggravation between Russian and American soldiers in Syria is clearly connected with U.S. support for Ukraine. The Israelis are confident that because of the global problems that the United States has faced in Europe, the Indo-Pacific region, and its own economy, Washington will not raise the temperature in relations with Moscow in the Middle East. It is worth noting that this is the second time that Russian warplanes have attacked an American airbase in Syria. My dear truth seekers, let me remind you that in June 2022, 2 Russian combat planes, Su-24 and Su-35, also attacked an American military base in southern Syria. Back then, the Russian High Military Command stated that the main target of the Russian warplanes was pro-American militants, who regularly attacked combat posts of Russian troops, and hit on the territory of the American base. It is reported that now, 3 years later, Russian combat planes have once again attacked pro-American militants, who regularly hide in southern Syria, on the territory of an American military base. However, the Israeli media claim that the Mossad is well aware of the true reasons for the Russian attacks on American military facilities in Syria. The Mossad has noticed a sharp increase in air incidents in Syria. Russian warplanes began flying dangerously close to American planes. Israel is confident that the more weapons Kiev receives from NATO, the more dangerous the situation becomes for the American military in the Middle East. Israeli think tanks claim that Moscow has begun exerting harsh pressure on the United States and Syria, in order to create new contacts between the U.S. State Department and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, especially against the backdrop of signals from Tel Aviv, that Iran continues to enrich uranium, and that Tehran is one step away from joining the nuclear club. At the same time, Israeli experts express confidence that only Russia, led by Vladimir Putin, will be able to play a decisive role in resolving the current crisis in the Middle East. According to them, Moscow has a huge influence on Tehran, and that Vladimir Putin is skillfully playing the Iranian nuclear card, putting the Trump administration in front of a difficult choice. At the moment, the time has come for Washington to decide, which is more important for the United States: Israel's security, or the preservation of Ukrainian statehood.
This whole situation, what's going on in Ukraine, what's going on in the Middle East, is the reason the Epstein files is all over the U.S. media and not World War III. They want to tell you what's really going on. We're going to look into that today. But our government is under pressure by the small hats to fight Russia and China. Even though they're going to lose, they will be doing that because the small hat says so. And these people are so embarrassed by the dirty laundry that they have no choice. Putin know that. China know that. That's why they just getting ready for what's going to happen, because the U.S. has been captured by the small hats, and they got our government right where they want. So it's really bad news for the people.
Israeli experts are
this wicked nation is going to fall. I've been telling people, we just got to get our mind right. We just got to survive as a people, because people have been prophesying all that. The empire of America is definitely finna collapse real soon.
Sure that if Moscow has decided on a special operation in Ukraine, then Russia can easily decide to go on aggravation in Syria too. Against this background, many experts express confidence that Russia will continue to arm and strengthen the Syrian Alawites in the west of the country. Currently, monitoring services are observing the rapid buildup of the Syrian Alawites. It is well known that in western Syria, Russia has not only created a 15,000-strong army of Syrian Alawites, but has also significantly enhanced this military force with experienced Syrian officers. In particular, sources within the Russian military department confirmed that Moscow appointed legendary Major General Sohail al-Hassan as the leader of this army. Israeli analytical centers are confident that if the Trump administration continues to issue ultimatums to Russia and demands major concessions from Putin on the Ukrainian issue, Moscow, with the help of the Syrian Alawites, will launch an offensive in the eastern part of the country and force U.S. troops to flee from Syria, as shamefully as they did in Afghanistan. All this will not only completely finish off the Kiev regime, led by Volodymyr Zelensky, but will also significantly intensify the death throes of Western globalists and the collapse of the unipolar world.
But he just didn't attack the U.S. bases. He was strategically flexing his muscle all over the globe, which that news media didn't want to talk about.
10 group strikes, 3 of them with high-precision weapons on the infrastructure of the armed forces of Ukraine, military-industrial complex enterprises, military airfields, fuel and weapons depots, ammunition depots, military registration and enlistment office buildings, and temporary military deployment points were hit. In addition, 4 Patriot air defense missile system launchers and an American radar station were destroyed. The July storm continues to rage in the world ocean. This is the name of the large-scale operational exercises of the Russian Navy, in which the forces of the Northern, Pacific, Baltic and Caspian fleets are involved. More than 15,000 soldiers, 150 warships, and 120 aircraft are taking part in these naval maneuvers under the leadership of the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Admiral Moiseev. In the Barents Sea, the Northern Fleet's large anti-submarine ship Admiral Levchenko fought a mock enemy, hitting coastal and simulated air targets. In the Baltic, the crews of the mine defense ships Alexander Obakov and Vasily Polyakov searched for training mines with electromagnetic and acoustic trawls, and also fired small-caliber artillery and large-caliber machine guns. The Pacific Fleet launched a joint strike with cruise missiles at surface targets in the Sea of Japan. For more information on the progress of Russia's large-scale naval exercises, see our story. A naval storm in the world ocean. The Barents Sea is stirred up by the carrier of the Kinzhal anti-aircraft missile system, the large anti-submarine ship Admiral Levchenko. The missile is heading for a mock enemy in the sky. Also, the simulated attack from the enemy is countered by ship-based anti-aircraft systems with a caliber of 100 millimeters. Surface and coastal targets are destroyed. The enemy will simply have nowhere to hide.
The large anti-submarine ship of the Northern Fleet Admiral Levchenko fought a battle with a simulated enemy in the Barents Sea. The sailors of the Northern Fleet carried out various types of artillery fire at visible, enclosed coastal targets located on the coast of the Rybaki Peninsula, and at targets simulating enemy firing points and command posts.
So you see,
The ship's crew also...
it's the Russians who are teaching the Chinese, the North Koreans, the Iranians, South African military, Burkina Faso, Mali. They're militarily teaching these nations how to defeat NATO. See, because a lot of these nations, they haven't been in no big dog fight before. Only Russia. Even China ain't had a taste of advanced war. Really, besides Russia, only Ukraine. They on the losing end, but they know more about war than the real war than NATO. So really, it's bad news because the victor of advanced warfare is now sending out more ships, more planes, holding more military exercises, threatening why they're attacking the U.S. See, this is an exercise until it's not. That's a fact. Like they were exercising near Ukraine until they wasn't exercising no more when they went in. So attack the U.S. military bases and we have a little exercise. If the U.S. don't like what we're doing, then it wouldn't have been an exercise.
Also worked out an episode of air defense with firing from anti-aircraft missile systems and artillery at a simulated air target.
Admiral Levchenko is a ship of Project 11.
Who the Russians gonna be fighting at sea? Well, the only navy capable of fighting back in the sea is the U.S.
To 55, which can go to a long sea distance. There are hydroacoustic stations on board.
Only the U.S. This is for
It catches submarines and destroys them itself. This maneuverable and fast ship can provide support to neighboring ships in the water area and fight for survivability. This ship is additionally equipped with artillery and can carry Tuka-27 helicopters. At the same time, minesweeper Alexander Obakov is working in the water area. Its task is to find a minefield and clear the way for other ships. The ship sees mines both in the depths and on the surface of the water. 20 such traps were found at once.
People clear your water, then come attack you, man.
This is what an attack by unmanned boats on our ship looks like during exercises. In this case, a sea drone rushes at high speed towards the minesweeper, but it is repulsed by machine gunners on board the ship. The minesweeper of impressive size is ready to meet the enemy. It carries 30mm naval artillery mounts AK-306 and a portable anti-aircraft missile system IGLA. The nuclear submarine Oral left its base. Its security is guarded by units fighting against sabotage forces. The territory is inspected on high-speed boats. The situation underwater is checked by swimmers. The berths are under close attention so that the enemy does not plant explosives there. After that, the submarine dives underwater.
That's the real threat right there.
The forces of the Northern, Pacific, Baltic, and Caspian fleets are participating in the July storm. During these military exercises, the Oral submarine will strike enemy ships with missiles. The Ministry of Defense shows rare footage from aboard a nuclear submarine. Protests in Ukraine do not subside. Everything that is happening increasingly resembles a new Maidan. Rallies are taking place in almost all cities. People took to the streets in Lviv, Rivne, Ternopil, Kharkov, Melnitsky, Dnipropetrovsk, Vinnytsia, Nikolaev, Poltava, Zhytomyr. People came out everywhere. Fourth, rallies also took place in the Ukrainian capital. There, the protests took place by torchlight and under the howl of air sirens. At the same time, there were no strikes from Russia on Kiev.
The CIA and Trump put these people in the streets to denounce Zelensky, to overthrow him, to get a new puppet in power, to sign this goddamn peace agreement with Putin for Putin blow their ass up. That's what this is about. Zelensky refused to sign the agreement, so they're gonna get rid of him and bring somebody in there that won't peace, so they can keep the little that they done stolen from Ukraine.
Kiev at night. So, with the howl of sirens, they were simply trying to disperse the crowd of protesters to their homes. It is curious that the defenders of the anti-corruption bodies did not disperse even after Zelensky changed his mind. His European sponsors forced him to do this. An angry British Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the head of the European Commission Ursula von der Leyen called Kiev. Their example was going to be followed by German Chancellor Merz and French President Macron. The Bild publication writes that Zelensky will not receive criticism from them after all, because he hastily began to correct the scandalous law. According to the new version, everything will be as before. The Prosecutor General of Ukraine and his deputies will not have the right to give instructions to prosecutors and detectives of anti-corruption agencies. That is, they could not have treated Zelensky in a more humiliating way. The law amended under the dictation of the West has already been submitted to the Verkhovna Rada, where this law will be considered in a week, on July 31st. This was reported by the Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada Stefanchuk. Well, that is, the deputies will be forced to leave their vacation and cancel the decision that they had previously accepted so happily. This is called being shown their place. Ukrainian propaganda calls this a strategic defeat for Zelensky and a sign of his loss of control over power. U.S. President Donald Trump just admitted the possibility of a trilateral meeting with Putin and Zelensky, but he noted that this meeting should have taken place 3 months ago. Therefore, whether it is relevant right now, he finds it difficult to say. Turkish President Erdogan also said that he is ready to provide Istanbul or the Turkish capital Ankara for a bilateral, rather than trilateral, meeting between Putin and Donald Trump. This is because Erdogan believes that only their meeting can stop the war. Listen.
I have spoken with Mr. Putin.
I spoke with Mr. Putin, and I asked him to support the peace process. Perhaps this week we will be able to discuss this issue with Mr. Putin and Mr. Trump. We, for our part, will do everything possible and everything in our power in the hope that we will be able to invite the leaders to Istanbul.
Also, Erdogan, you just heard this, said that he spoke with the president of Russia. This was literally a few days ago. It was during this telephone conversation that they discussed the potential possibility of this Russian-American summit. Erdogan also announced a telephone conversation with Donald Trump, in which he is also ready to discuss his desire to hold a summit in Turkey with the President of America. A monstrous blow to the communications of the Ukrainian army was the recent failure in the work of Starlink, as reported by The Independent. Almost all Ukrainian communications at the front depend on the satellite system of Elon Musk. And the day before, Starlink stopped working again. The Ukrainian military lost the ability to coordinate their actions. It took 2.5 hours to restore the work of the SpaceX satellites. The official reason is a technical failure. Reuters is having a fit of conspiracy theories. This agency is convinced that Elon Musk had previously deliberately disabled Starlink for Ukrainian militants. In September 2022, the owner of SpaceX allegedly sabotaged an attempt at a Ukrainian counteroffensive. The militants wanted to encircle Russian positions in Bereslava, but Starlink stopped working, and the militants were left without communication. They panicked and dispersed. Reuters sources believe that Elon Musk deliberately disrupted the Ukrainian army's operation due to fears that the successes of the Kiev regime could provoke a nuclear response from Putin. At the same time, this whole dubious story looks much more like an excuse for Ukraine, which is losing the war. Putin is currently in the Arkhangelsk region. In the city of Severodvinsk, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief gave the command to raise the St. Andrew's flag on the nuclear submarine Nyas Pozharsky. He wished the crew of this submarine the traditional 7 feet under the keel. Putin noted that the new nuclear submarine is already the 5th serial missile carrier of the Boreas project, delivered to the Navy over the past 6 years. Very soon, it will defend Russia's maritime borders. In the coming years, 4 more submarines of this project will join Russia's naval nuclear forces. They form the basis of the naval strategic nuclear forces and will ensure the security of our country. The Polish publication Ship wrote last month that the submarine Nyas Pozharsky is a ship that not only sows terror, but can also change the balance of power in the world. The armament of this new missile carrier is capable of shaking the entire planet. Putin said that right now there are more than 70 ships in various stages of readiness at the shipyards. Plans to create modern naval forces will be fully implemented to ensure Russia's security in all areas of the world ocean. Look,
Comrade Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation. The nuclear submarine cruiser Prince Pozharsky has successfully completed state trials. It is ready to raise the naval flag. May I proceed? I give permission. Comrade sailors, I congratulate you on the first raising of the naval flag. In the near future, this new missile carrier will defend the maritime borders and the security of the fatherland. This is already the 5th serial missile carrier of the Boreas project, which has been delivered to the Navy over the past 6 years. The submarine Nyas Pozharsky is equipped with the most effective electronic equipment and strike weapons, including Bulava ballistic missiles, as well as modern torpedo systems and hydroacoustic countermeasures. Thanks to the use of advanced design solutions, this ship uses modern power plants and navigation devices. The conditions of service and rest for the crew have been significantly improved. In total, more than 70 ships are in various stages of readiness at Russian shipyards. Thus, only here, at Sevmash, it is planned to build 6 new nuclear submarines by 2030. We will definitely and fully implement the outlined plans for the creation of a modern navy. We will ensure the security of Russia and our national interests in all areas of the world ocean. There can be no doubt about this. I wish the crew of the submarine Nyas Pozharsky successful completion of the assigned tasks. And according to the good naval tradition, I wish you 7 feet under the keel. Good luck, guys.
It is a message for Britain, France, US talking all that shit. It's a reason. See, He not doing this. He attacked the U.S. bases, then he pop up at his nuclear displaying one of his advanced nuclear submarines. All of this was rehearsed. It's about the message. So he can attack the entire planet with this submarine. He already told him about the weapons he got, the tsunami weapons, that once they shoot off the missile, it hit your coastline, wipe out the East Coast, West Coast, or any coastal line they hit. That's the end of their little old civilization on that coast. He already warned these people. And when Joe Biden was playing crazy, they told the U.S., in this war, the sea will not protect you. The U.S. like to brag about they're protected by the oceans. And Russia reminded them that's not true when you're dealing with the Russians. These submarines is what they're talking about. We keep playing with our life.
Breaking news from the Russian Ministry of Defense. In the Pokrovsky direction, military units of the Center Group liberated 2 settlements at once, Novaya Ekonomikeskia and Zvarivo. Our troops are surrounding the Ukrainian army fortification. The enemy garrison is in a fire pocket. There are already battles in the southern regions and Pokrovsk itself. This is confirmed by the Italian newspaper Corriere della Sera. Its journalists tried to get into the city, but at the last checkpoint they were turned back by the Ukrainian military. The militants said that the Russians were already in the city. One of the Ukrainian officers said that all the civilians in Pokrovsk, as he put it, turned out to be collaborators. That is, the locals are waiting for Russian liberators, and the Ukrainians are holding them hostage. And this is footage from the Konstantinovsky direction. Soldiers of the assault detachment of the 33rd Motorized Rifle Regiment of the 20th Guards Division raised the Russian flag over Yablanovka, which used to be called Stalinskaya. As a result of the heaviest fighting, this village to the south of Konstantinovka was liberated. After clearing it, our military units did not give the enemy a break and immediately continued the offensive. Having broken through the Ukrainian defense, our soldiers stormed into the village of Alexandra Kalinova. The organized resistance of the enemy at this line was broken. The Banderites are scattering in panic. The forest plantations are literally littered with the corpses of Kiev regime militants. So, during the negotiations, Russia proposed that Ukraine consider the issue of short truces in certain sections of the front to evacuate the wounded and the bodies of fallen soldiers. Moscow also proposed creating special
scandal. Zelensky and the Ukrainians, they don't want the dead bodies back. They'll take some people that's alive because the people alive, they talking, they won't come home. Russia keeps saying Zelensky them refused to get the dead bodies. Russia took thousands of dead Ukrainians to the border in special trucks with refrigeration to, have the bodies respected. They didn't want the bodies rotting and all that. Ukrainians refused to take them. Why do they refuse to take the dead bodies? Because they don't want to have to pay the benefits. They don't want to have to pay these people families for them being dead. That's it. Right now, hey, they're missing. Who knows where they at? But Russia bring you the body now. You need to pay these people families. This is all bad news. I just seen a report today. Zelensky was begging the EU. They said they can't pay the soldiers. It's all bad. Zelensky, they done stole all the money.
Special groups to discuss work issues online. The negotiations themselves lasted only 40 minutes. As a result, an agreement was reached on a new prisoner exchange in the format of 1,200 for 1,200. Russia is ready to exchange more if Kiev can find more captured Russian soldiers. We also propose to return the bodies of another 3,000 Ukrainian soldiers to Ukraine. Medinsky expressed bewilderment at the fact that the Kiev regime for some reason refuses to return about 30 civilians from the Kursk region of Russia, who were allegedly evacuated from the combat zone. Medinsky said that people are being held hostage right now.
All agreements on humanitarian tracks that were discussed last time have been fulfilled. Currently, the exchange of the last batches of prisoners of war, approximately 250 people from each side, is being completed on the Ukrainian-Belarusian border. Thus, the second unprecedentedly large prisoner exchange of approximately 1,200 people has been completed. The mayor of Lviv recently did something terrible. He exhumed the remains of our Soviet soldiers.
Shalom, family. Salute.
Are we ready to exchange our soldiers, our grandfathers, and take them away from Ukraine now? Even the Ukrainian side did not offer to seriously consider this proposal. I think that they themselves are ashamed of their half-baked Gauleiter, who is digging up remains. This is absolute moral degradation. And I repeat, even the Ukrainian delegation did not have the conscience to raise this issue. The third round of negotiations officially became the shortest. The delegation spoke for less than an hour. But what happened before everyone gathered in one room is more important. The participants arrived at the Syrian palace at 7 p.m., as agreed. And the heads of the negotiating groups, Vladimir Medinsky and Rustam Umarov, left to talk face-to-face. They were later joined by Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan. Turkey is a mediator in the negotiations. Kiev insists on high-level negotiations. Moscow is not against it, but the Kremlin does not need a meeting for the sake of a meeting. Vladimir Medinsky confirmed this once again. In order for such a meeting to take place, it is necessary to first work out the terms of the agreement and understand what to discuss at this meeting. But in fact, at this meeting, it is not necessary to discuss the agreement, but to put an end to it, to sign the agreement. You know, as we say, it is important to bring each matter to an end. Meeting in order to discuss it all over again from scratch makes no sense. The negotiating groups must prepare the terms of contacts between Putin and Zelensky. So far, Ukraine cannot keep its word even at the level of technical agreements. Not all civilians from the Kursk region who were evacuated by the Ukrainian army to Ukrainian territory have been returned home at the moment. There are not many of them, about 30 people, but they are still being held by Ukraine. Honestly, I do not understand why this is happening at all. If you took civilians out from under fire, then you should return them home. As you say, but if you took them hostage, as Hamas once took all those who came their way, then let's call them hostages and treat them accordingly. In this case, we are ready to exchange them for Ukrainian soldiers or some other categories. Well, then you should call your actions what they really are. You yourself will easily find the right word for this. We expect further success in the exchange of prisoners of war. We continue to insist on the release of civilians, including children. The children Umarov is talking about are 339 people. Kiev gave this list to Moscow. It turned out that this list includes many adults and those who have never been to Russia. They were taken to Europe. From Vladimir Medinsky, especially for NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who is not satisfied with the historian in the Russian negotiating group. Medinsky gave historical parallels. Putin did not send serious people to the negotiations. I remember how you, together with Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff, were able to launch these negotiations in Istanbul. I remember, I myself was in Turkey on NATO business in May, and we really put pressure on the Ukrainians so that they would send a serious negotiating delegation to Istanbul, and they did it. But then the Russians came with some historian who began to explain the history of Russia from 1250 year. Especially for Mr. Rutte, as a great lover of history, I will give a historical background. There was a civil war in China between the communists and the nationalists. Chiang Kai-shek kept insisting that they had to meet in person and agree on everything. I think they met about 5 times in the end. They took pictures and smiled. But this did not lead to the end of the civil war, because the basic issues, the basic contradictions were not resolved.
This in the media too. The way the Iranians,
A U.S. Navy ship.
the way the Iranians handled the U.S. military in the Gulf of Oman. You know, I was waiting to see if they was going to speak on this news. Heck no, because the humiliation is just too much. But like I'm saying, the only reason the Iranians are able to navigate and react like this in the open waters because they were trained in these drills they've been having with the Russians and the Chinese. So when it's not a fire drill and you have to go from a drill to actually doing what needs to be done, you do it with ease.
The USS Fitzgerald Arleigh Burke-class destroyer attempted to enter Iranian-controlled waters in the Gulf of Oman, but was eventually driven away by Iranian Navy helicopter from the 3rd Naval District. Tasnim News released video and reported that at 10:00 a.m., the U.S. destroyer violated Iranian territorial waters from the outset. This may explain the somewhat unusual MQ-4C operation in the area this morning, imagining the outrage that would have ensued if the roles were reversed. However, Iranian helicopters soon took off and hovered above the USS Fitzgerald, forcing the ship to immediately surrender and demand departure from the waters, even after the U.S. destroyer threatened to shoot down the Iranian helicopter, according to reports.
Once that helicopter lock on you, it's not the helicopter you got to worry about. The Iranians now they have their missiles, pinpoint accurate missiles near you on islands that's pointed right at that ship. The helicopter was there to let you know we see you, but now your ass is in our line of fire.
Despite the threats, the Iranian pilot continued the operation, triggering the activation of the Iranian Army's air defense system.
See?
The system declared the helicopter fully protected, and Iran.
You see what I'm saying? Once the helicopter made its move, the Iranian missile defense systems in that territorial near that territorial waters let the helicopter know you good now. Just do whatever you want. We have the ship in our sights. That's when the U.S. saying, "Oh shit, we need to get up out of here."
Iranian forces issued a stern warning via direct radio to attack the ship if it did not immediately withdraw. Eventually, the destroyer reversed course southward, retreating to avoid the Gulf of Oman, which was under Iranian control following the direct warning and demonstrating its resolve. The incident highlighted ongoing U.S. provocations in the region's maritime zones, but no confrontation or physical engagement occurred during the event.
The U.S. ship threatened to shoot them down. If you don't leave near us, we will shoot you down. Yeah, until the Iranian missile forces say, "Yeah, go ahead. We're gonna blow you up. You and our bullseye." But then they had to move around. See what I'm saying? All that trying to bully these people, but it's the bigger picture you got to realize. And the U.S. know damn well who taught the Iranians, because this is top-notch military craft right here. You just can't be finding. You can't just stumble across these ships in the ocean waters. Is big. No, Russia is teaching these people to be prepared for this type of sneak attacks. You can't let the U.S. get up on you in your territorial waters so easily like this. You got to let them know you own them before it's not a drill what the U.S. is doing, and then you getting attacked.
If you only followed Western media, you would think that China and Russia are hated all around the world. Western governments and corporate media outlets portray China and Russia as unpopular, isolated rogue states. But in reality, in much of the global South, people see things very, very differently. And I should stress that when we talk about the global South, we're actually talking about the global majority. The Western countries in the global North, which colonized most of the world, only represent 14% of the global population. 86% of the world population is in the global South. They are the global majority. And many countries that make up this global majority actually have quite positive views of China and Russia. This is especially the case in Latin America, a region where the US has militarily intervened in almost every single country. And the US government has backed dozens of coups d'etat against democratically elected governments in Latin America, trying to impose its imperial hegemony on the region. And today we see more and more US government officials, especially in the Donald Trump administration, who have invoked the 200-year-old colonial Monroe Doctrine to claim that Latin America is supposedly Washington's backyard and that the US should control the region. The US government constantly violates the sovereignty of countries in Latin America, so it's entirely understandable that many countries in the region are deepening their partnership with China and Russia because they see that Beijing and Moscow actually respect their sovereignty and have supported them in many tangible ways, unlike Washington that has only hurt them. And a perfect example of this is Nicaragua. This is a country in Central America that has been invaded by the United States 3 times. And from the 1930s until 1979, the US propped up a brutal right-wing family dictatorship in Nicaragua, the Somoza dynasty, that ruled the country with an iron fist on behalf of US business interests. And in the 1970s, the people of Nicaragua took up arms and waged a revolutionary struggle against the US-backed right-wing Somoza dictatorship. And in 1979, the left-wing Sandinista National Liberation Front overthrew this US-backed dictatorship and launched a revolution. And immediately after the victory of the Nicaraguan people who just regained their sovereignty, the US government waged another war on Nicaragua using the CIA to arm and train a far-right terror group, the Contras, who used extreme terror tactics and burned down schools and hospitals to try to overthrow the revolutionary Sandinista government. A former commander of the US-backed Contras published a very revealing article in the New York Times in 1986 titled "Terror is the Most Effective Weapon of Nicaragua's Contras." This was written by Edgar Chamorro, who is from one of the most powerful and one of the wealthiest families in Nicaragua. And he acknowledged that he had previously led the Contras, but he resigned because he said, quote, "The Contras were and are a proxy army controlled by the US government. If US support were terminated, they would not only be incapable of conducting any military activities against the Sandinistas, but would also immediately begin to disintegrate. I resigned rather than continue as a CIA puppet," end quote. This former Contra commander also admitted that, quote, "It was premeditated policy to terrorize civilian non-combatants to prevent them from cooperating with the government," end quote. And he described some of the horrific crimes committed by these CIA puppets. He also admitted that the Contras were being led by the former National Guard of the Somoza dictatorship, the right-wing family dynasty that was a puppet regime backed by the US for over 4 decades. Now, again, this writer was from one of the most powerful right-wing oligarchic families in Nicaragua, and he was very anti-Sandinista. He, again, was a commander of the Contras, but he had to admit the truth. In this article, he wrote that the Sandinistas, quote, "have made enormous advances in education, housing, and healthcare. Unfortunately, the Contras burned down schools, homes, and health centers as fast as the Sandinistas build them. The Sandinistas must be credited with creating an atmosphere of genuine equality for the first time in Nicaragua's history. By contrast, the Contras, who were my colleagues, talked mostly of recovering their lost wealth and privileged status, end quote. Now, that article was written in 1986, but everything that he said is still very accurate for today. In 2018, the US government backed another very violent right-wing coup attempt in Nicaragua that tried to overthrow the Sandinista government. And this coup was backed by many of the same right-wing oligarchic forces in Nicaragua that have been desperate to overthrow the Sandinistas, to reverse the revolution, to privatize the public healthcare and free public education systems, to cut spending on the massive social programs that have helped poor and working class Nicaraguans. And the US government has been strongly supporting these extremist forces. Meanwhile, as the US has been terrorizing Nicaragua and invading it and violating its sovereignty, not just for decades, but for literally centuries, you know what China has been doing in Nicaragua? China has been massively investing in building infrastructure. So China, in partnership with Nicaragua, is building a massive international airport. China has gifted Nicaragua hundreds of new state-of-the-art buses to help to expand public transportation. China has helped Nicaragua to expand its ports so it can deepen its trade with other countries, so it's no longer completely dependent on trade with the US, which historically it has been. China is helping Nicaragua build a massive solar plant so it can have more renewable energy and be less dependent on oil imports. And China has also been helping Nicaragua to build large public housing communities. And in July 2025, Nicaragua just opened a new social housing community with 920 houses that were built with support from China, with materials that were given as a gift by China as an act of solidarity with the people of Nicaragua on the anniversary of the Sandinista revolution. And they have plans to build thousands of more houses. This is just one example of a new housing community that has provided dignified houses for thousands of Nicaraguan families from poor and working class backgrounds. So it's no surprise that China and also Russia are seen very favorably in Nicaragua as allies, partners of the country that are helping Nicaragua to develop. Well, the US has been constantly attacking Nicaragua, invading, undermining its sovereignty, exploiting it, taking its natural resources, the exact opposite. And the president of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega, who's the leader of the Sandinista revolution, delivered a speech at an anniversary celebration on the 19th of July, celebrating the 46th anniversary of the Sandinista revolution. And he talked about how China and Russia have been close friends of Nicaragua and have been helping the country to defend its sovereignty amid constant attacks by the US empire. In stark contrast to the propaganda narrative that we hear from Western corporate media outlets that simply regurgitate what Western governments say, President Ortega argued that from the perspective of Latin America, China and Russia are forces of peace and stability in the world that are helping to provide balance in a multipolar world against US global unipolar domination. Listen to this clip here from President Ortega's speech. And just a note, I used artificial intelligence to translate from Spanish to English because in the past I've put subtitles, but sometimes people have complained. They say they prefer listening rather than reading the subtitles. So I used AI technology to translate it. So it's still President Ortega's voice. You can hear what he actually sounds like, but translated into English.
The People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation, they want peace for the world. They promote peace for the world. They promote solidarity for the world. They promote aid for the people. And even with the profoundly challenging and complex global situation that currently exists, marked by various geopolitical tensions and significant international complexities, we observe that powers such as the People's Republic of China and the Russian Federation are actively and diligently moving forward in their dedicated efforts to seek and establish lasting peace, consistently promoting a more stable and harmonious global environment through their diplomatic initiatives and collaborative endeavors.
Now, this massive celebration of the 46th anniversary of the Sandinista Revolution, which was held in the heart of Nicaragua's capital, Managua, featured diplomatic representatives from many countries, including China, Russia, Palestine, Vietnam, Venezuela, Cuba, Honduras, Burkina Faso, Algeria, Turkey, the DPRK, Belarus, Cote d'Ivoire, and Myanmar. Nicaragua thanked these countries for being friends of Latin America who have helped the region to defend its sovereignty and develop economically amid constant U.S. meddling and attacks. And in this speech, President Ortega recalled some of the history of Western colonialism in Nicaragua going back to Spanish colonization.
Imperialists, colonialists who came from Europe to seize the sacred and ancestral lands of our forefathers, to threaten them with death if they did not get baptized, to threaten them with death if they did not hand over all the gold, and they were officially sent forth by the powerful kings of Spain, and they continue to commit them, the European imperialists.
President Ortega noted that Central America won its independence from Spanish colonialism in 1821. However, just a few decades later, the U.S. empire replaced the Spanish empire, and the U.S. empire tried to colonize Central America as well. And in 1855, a U.S. mercenary leader named William Walker, who was just a random white guy from the U.S., who was an ardent colonialist who believed in the idea of manifest destiny, the colonial U.S. doctrine, he got together a mercenary army and he invaded Nicaragua in 1855, and he declared himself the unelected so-called president of Nicaragua. Again, this random colonialist from the U.S. claimed he was the president, and he reinstated slavery in Nicaragua, which had been abolished. By the way, Central America abolished slavery back in 1824. The so-called enlightened, so-called democratic United States did not abolish slavery until 41 years later in 1865, after the brutal Civil War, of course. And many colonialists like William Walker had profited a lot from slavery and wanted to expand slavery into other parts of the world as they expanded the U.S. empire. This U.S. mercenary, who imposed himself as the dictator of Nicaragua, instated slavery. He was eventually defeated in a local war and he was expelled. But before he left the country, he burned down the major Nicaraguan city, Granada. Here, President Ortega recalls some of this history.
In the year 1821, full independence was finally achieved. And in 1855, just imagine, the Yankees came down on us. William Walker invaded us. They came to take over the San Juan River, a significant and vital waterway, and worked closely with various American companies and businesses.
Then in 1912, the U.S. military directly occupied Nicaragua, basically turning it into an unofficial U.S. colony for 2 decades. However, a Nicaraguan revolutionary leader named Augusto Cesar Sandino created a guerrilla army that was called the Army in Defense of the National Sovereignty of Nicaragua. And he waged a guerrilla war against the U.S. colonial occupiers for several years. And in 1933, Sandino defeated the U.S. empire and he forcibly expelled the U.S. military. This is where the name Sandinista comes from. The Sandinistas are the followers of Sandino. However, although the U.S. military was expelled, Nicaragua was not able to protect its sovereignty because a year later, in 1934, Sandino was betrayed and killed by a U.S. puppet, Anastasio Somoza, who was the leader of Nicaragua's National Guard that had been created by the U.S. military, and Somoza was educated from the US. He was from a very wealthy right-wing oligarchic family in Nicaragua that supported the US empire. And he became a dictator who governed Nicaragua as a US puppet until his death, and then his son took over, and the right-wing corrupt Somoza dynasty controlled Nicaragua until the victory of the Sandinista revolution in 1979. And finally, after so many decades of fighting for its freedom from US colonialism, the Sandinistas were able to restore Nicaragua's sovereignty. This is why they were called the Sandinista National Liberation Front. They wanted national liberation from US colonialism. However, immediately after the victory of the revolution, the US started another colonial war in Nicaragua, supporting the far-right Contra terror group. And in his speech on the 46th anniversary of the revolution, President Ortega described how US President Ronald Reagan armed and trained the Contra terrorists, and also how they were involved in drug trafficking. And many of those drugs, by the way, ended up back in US neighborhoods, especially
LA.
poor neighborhoods and majority black neighborhoods in the US, which fueled a horrific public health crisis. And all of this was described by the journalist Gary Webb in his book, Dark Alliance. But here, Nicaragua's president, Daniel Ortega, makes brief reference to it.
The victory was in 79, but the Yankees continued the war. It was a significant and widely supported war, to the profound point that the President of the United States even explicitly said that he was also a Contra, that he actively sought substantial funding to provide essential weapons, comprehensive training, and indeed everything necessary to the counter-revolution, that he sent them to train extensively over in the United States and sent them to train at various military bases that had been specifically and strategically set up here in Honduras. He gave them tremendous weaponry, and President Reagan even turned to known drug traffickers and illicit arms dealers to secretly acquire weapons and military supplies for the Contras in Nicaragua. It was a scandal in the United States, but nothing happened.
The biggest scandal. See, just imagine what they're talking about is a global scandal, but the biggest scandal to us is they destroyed the black community. That's when they started using our community they needed money off the books. So they used the black community to bring their new product, crack cocaine, let these street dealers. This is what Rick Ross got caught up in, this situation right here. They say he was working for the government and all that. Yeah, the government was getting all those millions so they can get guns illegally and overthrow governments and all that type of shit. Now these people talking about the pain, they're suffering that happened during this operation. But we know about that pain and that suffering all too true. Our people were the guinea pigs, and the U.S. laughed because they knew what was going to happen. They knew what was going to happen to the communities where they released that junk.
And they absolutely could not achieve it. Yes, they were completely unable to defeat the powerful Sandinista army, and they certainly could not overcome the determined young fighters who bravely stood their ground. On another defeat for imperialism, on another victory for the Nicaraguan people.
By the way, in 1984, the government of Nicaragua filed a lawsuit against the US government at the International Court of Justice at The Hague. This is the top UN judicial authority. And 2 years later, in 1986, Nicaragua won this case. The Hague found the US government guilty of carrying out horrific crimes, including bombing civilian infrastructure in Nicaragua, blowing up oil refineries, putting mines in civilian ports, assassinating Nicaraguan government officials, and carrying out simply acts of terror. And then the ICJ ordered the US government not only to cease all of these crimes, but also to pay Nicaragua reparations. And the US government showed itself to be a complete rogue state. It completely ignored international law. The US told The Hague to get lost. The US continued carrying out this terror war in Nicaragua. And still to this day, the US government has refused to pay Nicaragua the reparations that it is legally owed according to international law. This is the perfect example of how the US empire has treated countries in Latin America as colonies with no sovereignty. This is blatant imperialism. Now, Daniel Ortega is the leader of the Sandinista revolution. He was also the leader of the Sandinista front back in 1979 when they finally took power and overthrew the US-backed puppet dictatorship. And in this speech, he recalled how back in the 1970s, the Sandinistas were inspired to wage their own revolution based on the example of several other revolutions around the world. He mentioned the example of Haiti. Haiti had the first ever victorious revolution in the Latin American and Caribbean region, and this was against French colonialism and also against slavery. And President Ortega recalled how after Haiti had this glorious revolution, Haiti also supported the revolutionary anti-colonial general Simón Bolívar in South America as he fought another anti-colonial war against the Spanish Empire.
How people talk about Haiti these days and how this historically significant nation, Haiti, is often mistreated and misunderstood nowadays. This was back when not a single country in all of Latin America or the entire Caribbean region had gained its independence yet. None of them had successfully managed to gain their full independence from the powerful Spanish or the formidable French colonial powers. Haiti was the first to defeat the French and expel them from Haiti. And the leaders of the struggle in Haiti, showing great solidarity, gave support to Bolivar because Bolivar didn't have many resources. And he arrived in Haiti and they welcomed him warmly and gave him weapons and ships. And then Bolivar kept evolving and growing until he turned that army into the most powerful army in the region, which was fundamental for the independence of Central America, the defeat of the Spanish.
And by the way, after Bolivar led an anti-colonial war against the Spanish Empire in the 1820s, he also came to the conclusion that the US empire was simply trying to replace the old European empires. And in a letter in 1829, Simón Bolívar wrote, quote, "The United States seems destined by providence to plague America with misery in the name of freedom," end quote. And by the way, when he says America, he means Latin America, because in Latin America, they don't call the United States America like some US politicians do. America refers to the entire American continent, not just the US. So it's clear that US imperialism follows in the footsteps of European colonialism. But getting back to the point of the revolutions that inspired the Sandinistas, in the speech on the anniversary, President Ortega also praised the Algerian Revolution, in which the people of Algeria won their hard-earned independence from the French Empire in 1962. And there were representatives from the Algerian government who were honored at this anniversary celebration in Nicaragua. And President Ortega also praised the Russian Revolution of 1917 and the Chinese Revolution of 1949 as influences for the Sandinista revolution.
In China, a gigantic revolution had already taken place, led by that great leader who is always in our thoughts, in our ideas, Mao Zedong. We are inspired by the Russian Revolution, the significant Chinese Revolution, a pivotal moment. At that time, there hadn't been any other, no greater revolution with such a huge, such a global impact.
Representatives of the Communist Party of China and the Russian Federation delivered speeches at this celebration marking the 46th anniversary of the Sandinista Revolution. And President Ortega pointed out that this year, 2025, is the 80th anniversary of the victory over fascism in World War II. And President Ortega emphasized that in World War II, fascism was not defeated by the West. Fascism was defeated by the Soviet Union and China. And I should remind people that more than 26 million Soviets died in the heroic effort to defeat Nazi Germany. Compare that to just 400,000 deaths in the US and the UK. And 3/4 of all Nazi casualties were on the Eastern Front in the fight against the Soviet Union. Moreover, historians have estimated that up to 20 million Chinese died in World War II, and China did the bulk of the fighting against the fascist Japanese Empire, which was allied with Nazi Germany and fascist Italy. But that heroic effort has largely been forgotten in the West, and Western governments claim that they were the supposed victors in World War II. In this speech, President Ortega argued that the West has never forgiven China and Russia for defeating fascism, and he argued that the reason that today Europe is remilitarizing and massively expanding its military spending is because it's preparing for war not only on Russia, but also on China. And by the way, at the 2025 NATO summit, US President Trump forced European countries to agree to more than double their military spending from 2% of GDP to 5% of GDP, which is more than most European countries spend on education. And why are they plowing so much money into the military? Because obviously they are preparing for war.
The European imperialists are talking about investing millions of dollars for the purpose of war to try to destroy Russia and try to destroy China. And now, precisely this year, the 80th anniversary was commemorated of the crushing defeat of the Nazis, of Hitler, and they were defeated by the Soviet army and the Chinese army. China and Russia defeated fascism.
Continuing in the speech, President Ortega made another very important point, which is that fascism has its roots in European colonialism. For many people in the global South, they see the fascist regimes in Nazi Germany and Mussolini's Italy, they see them as following directly in the footsteps of the European empires. And this was famously argued by the anti-colonial scholar Aimé Césaire, who pointed out that the same methods and crimes used by the European empires in Africa and Latin America and Asia, concentration camps and ethnic cleansing, and of course, slavery and work camps, those were the same policies used by the fascists inside Europe after the colonialists had applied those policies outside of Europe. So President Ortega points out that European colonialism and the enslavement and trafficking of millions of Africans by the European empires, all of that was fascism before it was called fascism.
Fascism and Nazism have their roots in Europe. It is Europe that prides itself on being democratic, that prides itself on respecting human rights. And what Europe has done is fight among themselves to seize Africa, to seize Asia, and by actively colonizing numerous nations and diverse regions across the vast continent of Africa, these powerful entities sought to expand their influence. For example, the nation of France, a significant European power, ultimately cost millions of innocent victims their precious lives, a truly devastating human toll.
They hate or take.
France, at that time, was still wanting to cling to its colonial possession of Algeria. And they kept it under control for quite some time, spending huge amounts of money and suffering many casualties as well, because in the fighting, the Algerians were formidable fighters. Europeans have been racist and have passed on racism to their people. And that's precisely why Europeans quite calmly began to gradually transform into wild animals, our brothers from Africa. Families, their parents, every time they were captured, they were taken to sales fairs to be offered so that Europeans could buy them and turn them into slaves. And a slave was not, as it was said here before, a servant or an employee. No, a slave had absolutely no inherent right to life when they were tragically sold to a European family or when they were subsequently sold to various North American families. These are crimes we cannot forget, that we must not forget, even more so when these are crimes that are being repeated in our times, in an era when there is so much talk about human rights, when there is so much talk about democracy.
And speaking of Western wars, another very important point in President Ortega's speech was the importance of international solidarity with Palestine. From the very beginning of the Sandinista revolution, Nicaragua has always maintained strong solidarity with the people of Palestine in their fight against Israeli colonialism, sponsored by first the European empires and then the US empire. It was, in fact, the British Empire that gave its green light to the colonization of Palestine, which had been colonized by the British Empire. In the 1917 Balfour Declaration, the British Empire set the stage for the creation of the Israeli colonial regime. But as the British Empire declined and the US Empire took its place as the world's dominant hegemon, especially after the 1967 Six-Day War, Israel became an outpost of the US empire. And President Ortega strongly condemned the horrific crimes being committed by the US and Israel in Gaza and expressed full support for Palestine.
The crimes being committed against the Palestinian people, killing thousands of children, thousands of mothers, entire families, completely destroying the places where they lived, destroying hospitals with patients inside and with doctors inside, and with the complicity of the European governments as well, to make the Palestinian state disappear. It's to erase it. They've said it very clearly. That's exactly what they've said. They are confessed criminals, well-armed, heavily armed, strongly armed by the Europeans, armed by the United States, because they want to take over that entire region.
President Ortega also sent Nicaragua's solidarity with Iran. By the way, Iran had its own revolution in 1979 in February, just a few months before the Sandinista revolution in July. President Ortega expressed full solidarity with Iran and condemned the US-Israeli imperialist war on Iran as well. And a theme that President Ortega really strongly emphasized is how the United Nations has become completely toothless because it is now an instrument of Western imperialism. The US has destroyed the UN and abused its veto power in the Security Council to prevent any other country or group of countries from taking actions that the US empire doesn't like. And this is why the US government, under both Joe Biden and Donald Trump, has vetoed several UN Security Council resolutions that called for peace and a ceasefire in Gaza. President Ortega mentioned Miguel de Escoto, who previously served as Nicaragua's foreign minister. He was a leftist Catholic priest who supported liberation theology, although the Catholic Church expelled him because he was a revolutionary. And he strongly supported the Sandinista revolution, and he became Nicaragua's foreign minister. By the way, in 1983, the CIA tried to assassinate Miguel de Escoto when he was serving as Nicaragua's foreign minister by poisoning a liquor bottle. So these are the kinds of terror tactics that are constantly used by the US empire. And in 2008, for 1 year, Miguel de Escoto was the president of the United Nations General Assembly. And he tried to reform the UN to make it more democratic so the formerly colonized countries of the global south can actually have a voice, so the Western colonial powers can stop dominating and monopolizing the institution, And Descoto ultimately came to the conclusion that the UN cannot be reformed. He was unable to change it because it is a rotten system from inside the system. It's not about the individual leaders and the individual people working in the UN. As a structure, it cannot be reformed and it needs to be refounded. We need a new United Nations. And in this anniversary speech, President Ortega asked, what is the point of the UN if it cannot stop these horrific crimes against humanity that the US and Israel are committing in Gaza, or the imperial wars of aggression that the US and Israel are waging on Iran, or the US invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan and the attacks on Libya and Syria and so many other countries? President Ortega said that the UN must be refounded. We need an entirely new United Nations that is actually democratic and actually serves the interest of the global majority.
And what does the United Nations do? The United Nations is nothing more than an instrument of the imperialist countries, of the powerful nations that truly desire to dominate the entire world, to dominate the world, even at risk of humanity disappearing, because they genuinely do not care about indiscriminately bombing and destroying everything in their path. What is the United Nations doing to stop the complete and utter destruction of the Palestinian people and all these complex, difficult, terrible situations that are being experienced? The end of these United Nations will have to come, and a new United Nations will have to be created, a new United Nations, so that we can have instruments that provide security to all nations, so that we can have mechanisms that when a people are being killed, go and stop the crimes.
So those were the words of Nicaragua's president, Daniel Ortega, the leader of the Sandinista revolution. I think it's always very important to listen to the speeches that he gives every year on the anniversary, because he provides the perspective that is almost never heard in the Western corporate media. But these are views that are shared by many people across the global South who represent the global majority, and yet they are ignored and silenced by the imperialist West and by the corporate media that simply acts as a mouthpiece for the oligarchic regimes in the West. And as I emphasized at the beginning of this analysis today, in the global South, the perspective of the world is very different. The perspective of China and Russia is often much more positive, and they see the US as this brutal empire that is constantly violating their sovereignty and invading countries and imposing sanctions and carrying out coups d'etat and regime change operations. So it's very important to listen to these perspectives of leaders in the global South. And we here at Geopolitical Economy Report are dedicated to trying to do that kind of work to provide an alternative to the propaganda you hear in the Western corporate media. On that note, I'm going to conclude. I am Ben Norton. I am the editor-in-chief of Geopolitical Economy Report. I want to thank
Or two guests that we have ever had on MOATS are both American military men. One is Scott Ritter, but the biggest one of all is Colonel Douglas McGregor, a retired US Army colonel, an author, and a former Pentagon advisor. And if only he was in the Pentagon now, the world might not be trembling on the brink of new and more catastrophic conflicts. But we are, and we are lucky to be guided by the wisdom of Colonel Douglas McGregor, who joins me now. Colonel McGregor, thanks for coming back on the show. We always look forward to your contributions very much. Let's start, if we may,
with the newest outbreak, which Trump claimed he brokered a ceasefire from the seventh hole at Turnberry, which turns out to be yet another falsehood. There is no ceasefire. The war is raging between Thailand and Cambodia. Can you help us? What's that all about?
I think the truth, as far as I can tell, is that both nations, the Thais and the Cambodians, have good relations with China. There has been an attempt to somehow or another implicate China in the dispute. That's simply untrue. There is evidence that we have aggravated the situation. Now, why is beyond me. I have no idea why we would think there is anything of strategic benefit to the United States and the American people to aggravate the situation. But I'm told the CIA has been very active, and this has obviously harmed any attempt to put an end to this. It's a border dispute, and it should end on terms that both sides can live with, and we should have nothing to do with it.
Is it just a kind of computer game that they're playing, sowing as much discord in the world, around the world, in various and very far-flung theaters, in order that Trump can claim that he's solving them? Is it as banal as that, or is there something more profound going on? I mean, in one impromptu, they're always impromptu, press conference today, Donald Trump threatened Iran, Yemen, Palestine, Gaza, and Russia, and implicitly China, as all in a day's work. What is driving all this, Colonel?
This is a very important question. It's one that I've been wrestling with for some time. I think we have to understand something. As much as everyone wants to impute leadership and authority to President Trump, I think he's really the creature of the top 1%. In other words, you've got to look at the interests of Wall Street, as well as the City of London banks, who are joined at the hip with Wall Street. You have to understand that the CIA, the Mossad, and MI6 are all closely integrated. You have to understand that there are other elites that may not be part of the banking elite, but are nevertheless interested in subversion and destruction. And they're advocates for perpetual conflict on the assumption that we benefit from it. You can't look past the truth that we have failed miserably in Ukraine. That's abundantly clear. There is no winning anything in Ukraine now. Russia has come out on top. Russia will end this conflict on its own terms. Governments in Europe are going to change. You've seen that start where you are. I think it's going to happen across much of Europe. The globalist elites, if you want to call them that are part of this top 1%, are losing badly in that arena. So what do? You turn to the other area where there are enormous oil and gas resources as a means of compensating yourself for the loss you've taken in Ukraine. Remember, the idea behind Ukraine was let's dethrone Putin. Let's regime change Russia. Then we can rape it, strip it of its resources, divide it into smaller parts. That's now the plan for Iran. So I think that Trump, who just a few months ago actually spoke very rationally about what was in America's interest and frankly in the interest of the West, is now simply saying what the powerful billionaire class of donors want him to say and do. And they want war in the Middle East. They want this to continue. They want to destroy Iran. And if Russia sticks its nose into it, which is inevitable because the Russians are not going to tolerate the destruction of Iran, they're not going to tolerate the subversion in Azerbaijan, then we will find ourselves confronting Russia and Iran, and behind them, of course, China. Because there's something else, and I think you implied this in some of your earlier remarks. On the one side, the Western finance system is debt-based. In other words, that's how we finance ourselves, that's how we grow. Foreign investment comes in. Well, George, foreign investment is not coming into us anymore. Nobody wants our treasuries. As Nassim Taleb says, the dollar is no longer the reserve currency. Gold is. So I think that's part of the problem. Secondly, that old system that we have used, we in the United States weaponized it to bully others through the SWIFT system, through the IMF, through the World Bank. All of these institutions from Bretton Woods forward were designed for us to bully others into doing what we wanted them to do. Nobody wants our debt. They want to de-dollarize because every time they do business in dollars, they lose. We pass our debt on to them. And the new system that is being set up by BRICS is resource-based. It's totally different. And what we're beginning to see is in many countries around the world, particularly in places like Africa, places like Senegal, for instance, that has gold mines, they're basically concluding we'll never get out from under the debt burden that we have. So we'll just nationalize it. And the Chinese and the Russians and the Iranians and the Indians, everybody said, fine, do it. Join us and get out from underneath this oppressive system. So Trump is now lashing out at the insistence of the billionaires that funded him and brought him into office and everyone that opposes him. Now, that's a losing proposition, George. We have no chance of success at all. It's a dead end. But he's somebody who still thinks we're living in 1991. And his frame of reference is the late 1950s, early 1960s. So he dismisses out of hand countries like Iran or India or Pakistan or Zaire or any number of places in the world as irrelevant, as though they all have to do what we say, because if they don't, we'll punish them with tariffs. This is backfiring badly on us. And we're headed to a serious financial crisis in the United States and the West.
He even disrespects a country like France. I mean, look how he insulted Macron in the week when Macron said he was going to take this performative step of recognizing a Palestinian state. Trump talked about him as if he was a piece of scruff that had turned up at his door. He said he's of no weight. France is of no way, even though it's a member of the Permanent Five, even though it gifted you the Statue of Liberty, it played a role in the liberation of your country. France is dismissed as if it is nothing by your president. Now, speaking of France, I saw some writing of yours, which struck me as very apposite. Comparing the Western Empire at this moment with the atmosphere of Versailles just before the tumbrils, just before Madame Guillotine. And it struck a real chord with me, Colonel. Do expand on it for the audience, please.
Well, you know, George, the thing that we have figured out in the United States is that our ballot box is broken. Everything that Trump is doing are things that Biden would have done or did do. In fact, one can argue that he's extended the Biden policies and made them worse, when in fact he was elected on the assumption that he would put an end to those policies and extricate us, that he would shed unnecessary overseas commitments, that he would reduce spending in order to cope with this enormous national sovereign debt. What's he done? He's done the opposite. What has Congress done? The same thing, the opposite. The uniparty is now in the hands of these multi-billionaires that decide policy. And right now, policy says we've got to go to war with people. We have to defeat them and bring them back in line. It's not possible. Militarily, we can't do it. We're already overstretched and overwhelmed. We're broke financially. We're not going to scare anybody or threaten anybody into investing in our country by buying treasuries. It's not going to happen. So the American people do not understand the intricacies of the financial system, but they figured out it doesn't matter who you vote for. You get the same kind of fool and maniac. People say often, well, it doesn't matter who you vote for, you get John McCain. Well, John McCain was a hell of a lot more rational than what we're seeing right now. So I hate to say that about John McCain because I met him and knew him. He was a very nice person, and I didn't agree with everything he did, but he was rational. The point is that this is not rational anymore. And he doesn't seem to care because I don't think he understands the true state of affairs. He does not understand that we do not have limitless military power. He does not understand that the world desperately needs us. It doesn't. Our market is not the only game in town. China is the principal market. It's going to be the principal market for a very long time. And everybody forgets that for 2,000 years, China, for the most part, was the richest country in the world. China is simply regaining the position that it once had. You can go to the Shanghai Gold Exchange. You can go to their SIPS system instead of the SWIFT system. You don't need us anymore. And people more and more are doing business in their own currency. So the bottom line is his gut instinct, which tells him the way to win an argument is to bully your opponent, is wrong. But he doesn't get it.
No, and even when he's not bullying, when he's flattering, like he was implausibly flattering Mrs. von der Leyen today, I mean, I don't know if you are as big a fan as I am of the Fine Young Cannibals. They were a very hip group some decades ago in Britain. And one of their great songs was, I'm not the man I used to be. I'm not the man I used to be. You're not the man you used to be. And Donald Trump is showing me daily now that he's not the man he used to be even 10 years ago, maybe even less time ago than that. I see a physical and mental decline in Donald Trump. And that means the second US president in a row doesn't have all their marbles, doesn't have all the spoons in the hamper. And I'm wondering if this is at all dawning on the American public.
Oh, I think it has. And that's why I say Americans are increasingly convinced that the ballot box does not work. Now, that's very dangerous, George, if you stop and think about that for a minute. I mean, those of us who are serious about our American citizenship, those of us who have served our country, I mean, there are millions of us. And to finally conclude that voting is an utterly pointless affair means that our republic, for all intents and purposes, is a facade, a fraud. That's a very dangerous place to be. That is more and more widely accepted inside the United States. This bodes ill, especially as you go into a financial crisis and stop and consider what happens if we're stupid enough, and I mean stupid, to provoke a wider war with Russia and China, as well as Iran. That makes no sense at all. We're not prepared for that. We don't have the missile stocks. We don't have the munitions factories. We don't have the production base. And yet I hear the popular propaganda that comes out of the administration is China, that's the real enemy. They harmed us. We lost our production base to China. Well, China didn't rob us of our manufacturing base. That was the CEO class and their shareholders. They shipped it overseas. They were the ones that destroyed America's middle class. But that plays well. I don't know how much longer it will play well, but that's the sort of thing people are resorting to try and hold things together. I don't think it'll work. I'm beginning to wonder if this Epstein thing is probably going to bring President Trump down. And the reason I say that is that we are discovering something that they discovered in France in the 1780s, that this aristocratic class, in our case, the top 1%, that's really ruling the country, is unworthy of that role. They are degenerate. They are decayed. They have no business governing us. And they do so exclusively because they control the financial system. These are not Rockefellers who built oil industries. These are not people that built plate glass industries or automobiles. Those people are gone. The only one that can arguably say that he's built anything lately is probably Musk. But the rest of it, forget it. These people are financial capitalists. They made billions through financializing the system. Transaction fee after transaction fee after transaction fee. But what does that produce for the American people? Nothing. It impoverishes us. It destroys our jobs. So that's where we are. And I think that's where the French were in 1789. They suddenly became disgusted. The one person that they believed in almost to the bitter end was the king. And it became impossible to believe him any longer. And ultimately that brought everything down. Well, a lot of people have believed in Trump. They thought he was different. And you know what they're discovering, George? He's not. He's exactly like the people we voted against.
meetings going on, a lot of going on with NATO, a lot going on with the European Union. And of course, we just had just a couple of days ago, the third meeting between Russia and Ukraine in Istanbul. But we are no closer to an end to the war than it may seem. And unfortunately, I get the feeling from looking at some of the statements made by a number of leaders in both the West, the United States, and in Ukraine, that they have this idea that we can just continue to go on for the indefinite future, and kind of they're taking a pause now, and now they're just looking for what's next. There's talk about what's going to happen in the year 2026, what's going to happen up to the year 2030, all kinds of things going on. Like with this expectation, you can just continue to go on like this indefinitely. I think that is a very misplaced opinion. And I think when you look at the battlefield right now around the city of Pokrovsk, we've been talking a bit about this over the last few weeks, but I want to do a bit of a deep dive just on what's going on in the Pokrovsk right now, because if that city falls, then the whole Eastern Front could start to collapse. And I mean, it could actually collapse. We've been talking about this and this possibility, I have anyway, for probably the better part of a year and a half, about the possibility of the Ukraine army finally having a buckle moment to where Russia could actually break through and send exploitation forces deeper into the country, which would unhinge potentially the entire line of contact.
It's easy to go back in the news media. We can Google it, look it up. They made a terrible mistake like they did in Bakhmut and Avdiivka, which they once said was unpenetrable forts. Unpenetrable. It's nothing Russia can do. We built them up. We took 10 years building it. Well, they said this about Pokrovsk. And this will be the end of them in this whole sector of the battlefield. Once Russia surround them and humiliate them, right now, thousands of men could capture or killed. It's going to be very humiliating for them, and it's really nothing they can do. But the morale of the Ukrainians, knowing when they come in contact, when they come in contact with the Russians, they are humiliated and defeated. So imagine they just getting backed up, and Russia just taking whatever they want. You think you got years? Please, you got months before it's all over.
Now, so far, it hasn't happened. And many people have come to the conclusion that since it hasn't happened yet, it never will. That is not a safe bet. Right? I suspect that in the future, historians will look back on this time and just marvel at the profoundly effective way the Ukraine side has continued to hold fast the line. I thought that they were going to be at risk by the end of last summer of having a collapse. Clearly, it didn't happen. And that is a testament to the tactical fighting capacity of the Ukraine side, their just tenacious unwillingness to give in to what is self-evident, that the fundamentals just aren't there, and they're just not going to be able to overcome the Russians for a number of reasons I'll get into here shortly. But the bottom line is that now then it is getting less and less tenuous, or more and more tenuous, for the Ukraine side, because those fundamentals are stretching thinner and thinner, and the fabric of the Ukraine army is getting closer to the point to where it just simply cannot stand up. And I'm going to show you on the map here exactly what we're talking about here with the Ukraine situation. With the Pokrovsk situation. So this is the Pokrovsk battle here. We've talked about this a number of times. Let's kind of zoom out a little bit, though, and you can see how this is kind of the anchor of the entire Eastern Front. It's almost like dead center on what's going on here. So you have the Kupiansk area up here, which is where there's been some activity here recently, and they're starting to get into a position now where even Kupiansk could get into a cauldron. And down in the Zaporizhia area, we've been talking a lot about a lot of firepower, not as much movement, but some advanced by the Russians down here. But the whole thing seems to be centered on the Pokrovsk. We've had some Russian journalists and soldiers on here who have confirmed that is the priority of effort for the Russian side. But it doesn't get much focus on there. And let's do that today, because I want to show you what's going on and just how regardless of how profoundly tenacious and tough the Ukraine side are, heroism alone is not enough to overcome the inertia of a lot of conflict. And Gary, if you could actually show that first kind of tactical situation that we have here. This is the situation as of 25 July, so just yesterday. And you see that Pokrovsk is in the middle there, and you see some red arrows in the southwest, the east, the north and the northeast, that's showing where the Russians are moving in on the city. Let me show you why this is important. First of all, let's start off on the northern front. And this is north of the city. And actually, as we show you the tactical portion of this map here, let me zero in on where this is. So the northern part is going to be Rodinska. And as you can see here, all these are the gray zones, and the gray zones keep advancing closer towards Rodinska. And actually, in the last 12 or 24 hours, you see Russia's actually been pushing further up north of Rodinska as opposed to going straight for it. This seems to be a new pattern that the Russian army has. Instead of going straight for population centers where they're going to go house by house, etc., they seem primarily to be going toward the supply route. So if you can cut the supply route to Rodinsky, and it seems to me that that's what they're pushing towards here, then it becomes a lot easier to actually take the built-up area itself, because you can't get supplies in. Now, obviously, there's still going to be some routes in from the forest out here. There's a couple of small trails here, but the main route coming in the north, they can cut that. That just makes the problem a lot easier. They can have it under fire control, and they probably are within range already from here. I think this is like 3 kilometers, so it's pretty close already. And then there are some defensive positions by the Ukraine, specifically here in this high ground, and then obviously within the built-up area. So Russia seems to be not going straight into the teeth of the difficult part, which used to be they were accused of doing that by, the so-called meat wave tactics. Well, Russia is not doing any meat wave tactics now, and it appears they're going in more in the northern area up here. So that's where what's happening in the Rodinska area. So Gary, if you can now actually go to the northeast front. So this one here is Mirnograd. That's the kind of a portion. It's close to Pokrovsk. It was basically off on the right-hand side. It's almost like an extension of Pokrovsk, but it shows that Russia is now moving in several directions toward the outskirts of Mirnograd. Once you get into Mirnograd, then you're essentially in the outskirts of Pokrovsk itself from the northeast side. And you see again with Russia in that northern part, that northern red arrow there, they're bypassing that. You see this, it's kind of a well, you know what? Let me actually go to a different product here that can show you, because I'm going to talk about what's happening with the area there on the eastern side. I'm going to show you a different view here. This is from Google Earth, to where you can see even in a 3D option here what's going on. So here's Mirnograd, this area I was just showing you right here, and you see how the Russians were moving towards to try and move into this area here, and that big area you saw on the map that Gary was showing you a minute ago. This is high ground. It's a kind of a mound of dirt. There's some excavation going on there. These are actually scattered all throughout the Donbass area. It looks like Russia is trying to go around that, not to completely take it over, because with the high ground, with the Ukraine side on there, that gives them fire control and visibility over this whole area. So instead of going into the teeth of that, again, it looks like Russia is going around that. Gary, if you can run me now back to that the north full screen there. I'm sorry, the northeast. My mistake. Yeah, that one. So you see that in that center, that kind of that more yellow area. That's that mound I just showed you. You see, Russia looks like they're going to try to go around that and then come in around some of the other fortifications they have in the far eastern part of the city, and again bypassing those strong points surrounding them, and then coming in from the rear, which then forces the Ukraine side into an untenable position of either basically fighting to the death or withdrawing back, because if Russia gets around those strong points and then cuts out their supply from the back, then they literally will run out of ammunition and weapons and food and water, etc. So that is putting more and more pressure on the Ukraine side, and one of the reasons why we continue to have these movements in the negative direction for the Ukraine army. Now let's go to the southwest portion of the city. Now remember, all this is happening simultaneously. This is the most important one right here, because the Russians have begun to move up into the city itself. They started off with what's called a DRG, or basically a reconnaissance group that also does sabotage, etc. So these guys will infiltrate into it, and they have found some way to get through the Ukraine defenses and get up into the inner part of the city. And now then they're starting to open up a new path by which regular forces can come up into the center. And that's going to bypass some of the areas. And let me show you why that's important. Let me go back to this one here, to the Google Earth, because I want to show you, you can really tell on this map here how some of these things are happening. So you see these areas here. Let me go back to the 3D here and show it a little bit better. And it's not working like I wanted it to. All right, well, that's going to be fine. Anyway, this is in that lower quadrant here, and you see all these high-rise buildings. The way the defenses has been working for the Ukraine for the better part of the last 2 years, as they've been collapsing back since their end of their 2023 offensive, is they have occupied these high-rise buildings. And so there's this quadrant of the city here, which is going to be one of the more defensible, which is like what we had in both the Bakhmut and the Avdiivka area, where they occupied these high buildings, and that's the most difficult for the Russians to have, as opposed to like some of these smaller areas here, which is just, one-story buildings, just houses. When obviously that's a lot easier to take down than any of the high-rise buildings. And so we see then that the Ukraine side would like to operate from here. There's about 3 sections. There's this one here in the center. And then there's another one off in the northeastern quadrant of the city as well, and in the northwestern quadrant. So that's what Ukraine wants to be able to do. Well, Russia has found a way to bypass, and they actually got into some of the city up in this area here, and they got into this forested area. And now then all of a sudden, while Ukraine does have frontline positions up here, Russians are already in the rear of their area, in that area here. Now let me go back to that southwest quadrant again map, Gary.
Hey, Danny, Paul is asking, do you know where the Akhmat Special Forces are by chance?
The Akhmat, no. Well, yeah, they're in a different part of the front. They're not part of this front.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we can go back to that southwest map, they were up in the Kursk area, by the way. So now you see with these maps here that the Russians have gotten in behind some of the fortifications that the Ukraine side has. And then now they're also trying to outflank them to the right. So that arrow on the far right that you see there, that group of arrows, the Russians are also moving up there, which makes it really hard for the Ukraine side to reposition anybody else to try to go after the penetration on the inside of the city there, or on the outskirts of the city from the southwest corner. So what the Russians are doing is trying to pin down the Ukrainian defenders in that area, so that they have to face for threats on 3 sides, is what you can see here: in the front, on the left, and on the right. And now let's go to the center, because there has been additional movements here in just the last 12 hours, to where a group of soldiers, Russian soldiers, and this is just like I said, within the last 12 hours. How long this is going to be sustained, it's hard to say, because this is a very risky operation for the Russian side. But they have apparently occupied this small sliver inside the city. And this is a railroad junction and a rail whole complex here. Let me roll up to you here. That's what you're seeing now on that other map. This is this area here in the center. This is a rail junction, and this is important, because if the Russians can hold this while there's this portion here, while they're also coming in from the south and in the north and the northeast, that makes it much more difficult for the Ukraine defenders, however many be up here, to come down here to help, because this makes it very difficult. By blocking this area here, it's hard to get reinforcements across there. But it's also very hard for the Russians to be able to maintain this and not just have a die in place mission. And it would certainly be a high priority for the Ukraine side to get that off. But what you see is potentially unfolding here is the fraying of the Ukraine defense left and right. So you have, just to sum up here, you have Russians down into the outskirts of the city here in the southwest corner. You have movement into the southeast corner down here, trying to pin the Ukraine defenders down here. You have Russians coming in north of Mirnograd, coming up here in the farther north than that to cut off the road supply route to Rodinsky, as well as obviously that leads into Pokrovsk as well. And all of this stuff is happening at an increasing pace and increasing speed. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the Pokrovsk, to say that you're going to just be safe and think that you're going to let the war go on till 2026, you might not have a lot of success there. There is, in fact, I guess in the last week or so that I think these are scenes from Pokrovsk. Great job on that, Gary. This is what's already inside the city. They hadn't even gotten the fighting much into the city. This is from all of the glide bombs, from drones and artillery and other missiles that the Russians have been firing. They're trying to get more people out, etc. Those are some of the defenders in the outskirts and the force belts around it, where Ukraine is trying to defend. But you had Trump, I guess it was a week ago, say that, yeah, we're going to turn the spigot back on. Well, it's more like a trickle than it is any kind of a fire hose. But then it was revealed several days later that the air defense missiles, which Ukraine is asking for to try to slow down the aerial assaults coming in from all over the place, is not going to come in until 2026. So the best that we can get now is at the end of the next year. So Ukraine has to hold on. And the idea that you're going to be able to just hold on here and have no problem, you can see from that, when I first showed you the whole front there, if you break through at the center of the whole eastern front, then you can see then the Russians can send in exploitation forces and go and roll the thing up from the north and the south and behind the defense. And you just can't, it's just untenable. If the Ukraine side is struggling right now and losing that struggle at the relatively straight on attacks, then you can see, especially like in the Kupiansk and in the Zaporizhia area in the south, if all of a sudden Russia moves exploitation forces and they're taking them in from the front and the rear, nobody can hold up to that. So when I tell you there's a risk that the Ukraine army could collapse, that's what I mean. That's why this is so important. And that then leads directly into what's going on the diplomatic front. Because while Ukraine is going and mocking the Russians and having all these big demands about what they are and what they aren't going to do, and they're telling Vladimir Putin how this is going to go, and the Russians are saying, okay, I mean, you can say whatever you want. They were very polite. They didn't get angry about the demands that were made by the Ukraine side. But you see, they also don't stop their continued offensives on the ground. And I think that the Russians are saying, if that's the game y'all want to play, if you don't want to have a negotiated settlement now, then you're just going to have terms of surrender given to you after we have defeated your army. That's now the more likely scenario. The diplomatic window is still open, but it's closing. And I don't see any evidence from either the United States, from Kiev, or from Brussels, or any of the other European capitals that they're even talking about that. In fact, what you see on let's move up one level up to the diplomatic front, there was a pretty strong threat yesterday from Germany against Slovakia and Hungary on some of the programs that they're trying to involve to expand military spending, to bring the European Union into the Ukraine, to give them membership. And we've been talking about Hungary has been pushing back. Slovakia has been pushing back. Slovakia is against having all these sanctions because that's going to impact their ability to get cheap gas from Russia, which is going to have a big negative impact on their economy. Apparently, there's some decisions that are going to be coming up pretty soon. Neither of those two countries is very happy about it. But while you have Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO, keep talking about all this time about how there's so much unity here. You have European Union, Ursula von der Leyen keeps talking about unity, but they keep pointing to Slovakia and Hungary especially. And now then, Chancellor Merz from Germany made a pretty strong threat against Slovakia and Ukraine yesterday, saying that they could actually have sanctions put on them from within the European Union. These are things that are not put much in the Western press, but there is a lot of disunity in here. And I actually asked Colonel Jacques Beau, who's on our show quite a bit, what he thought about this. And he sent me an email overnight, and I wanted to put this on because it's really important here. He says that this shows, and what he's talking to, this is what the Chancellor Merz said about Slovakia and Hungary. This shows that contrary to what was widely proclaimed since February 2022, the European Union and NATO are not strengthened, but weakened. The defense agreement between the UK and Germany illustrates the inherent weakness of NATO and EU in terms of security policy. The EU, quote, rearm Europe program is a fantasy, at least in the short and medium term. And NATO is not designed to provide responses for problems emerging within Europe. By trying to go beyond their original mandates, both organizations have shown institutional weaknesses. The inability to deal with legitimate concerns of Slovakia and Hungary, and the obsession to demonstrate a monolithic approach toward Russia within the European Union have led to cracks within both alliances. What is not flexible tends to break. That really stood out to me, his last comment there, because he's talking about those, if you want unity, if you want something going to success, but you're telling the members that they're going to have to take policies that are to their harm, that are antithetical to their interest, and then when they make comments about it and they voice their displeasure, you want to try to silence them and then actually have financial punishments against them. That's not unity. And when you have NATO trying to solve problems within NATO, not any kind of an external threat that's out there, and they're trying to do both, then he said that's why you're going beyond their mandate. He may also have been referring to NATO also now trying to expand into Asia, because now then Mark Rutte especially and Ursula von der Leyen have been going double time over the last couple of weeks, heightening the so-called threat from China for Europe that it requires a military response, which makes no sense whatsoever. NATO, North American Treaty Organization, okay? Not the Indo-Pacific something or other. You're not going to have to change the letter. It doesn't make any sense. It's like they're job hunting. They want something to give themselves more reason to exist. So they're like, yeah, the Russians aren't enough, so let's go and expand that too. When you start trying to go beyond your mandate, now then you don't have unanimity of effort. We'll look at NATO first. That was created in 1949 to address the monolithic threat from the Soviet Union and then the Warsaw Pact. Subsequent to that, big, huge threat, totally legit. And the Western Europe needed to come together because they were still reeling from the devastation of World War II, both in manpower as well as industrial capacity. And they needed to come together because the Russians and the Soviets did present a very big threat. That is long since vanished. It's not there anymore. So you have now got to either face the fact that that threat is not there, and so let's don't create one, and then go abroad on the other side of the planet to try to find more. All that's going to do is divide you, because you're not going to have 32 members of the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance organization interested in China. I mean, just look, just as Montenegro, do they have any interest in fighting China and putting their troops on the line? I mean, they're a joke to be in there anyway. The Baltics, I assure you, they don't care anything about China, not in reality, whatever they may say publicly. They care a lot about Russia. And then you have Italy and Germany and, all of these, Spain, etc. They don't want to have a fight with anybody. They just want to have security and peace here, which they can have. And so when you keep telling them that they can't have it unless they ramp up and spend a whole bunch more money on a threat from Russia, which they can look on paper and they're going, how do you think they're going to do that when they've been fighting this fight against Pokrovsk itself since probably maybe I think August, somewhere around that of last year is when they really got close enough to start talking about Pokrovsk, and then into November, et cetera. And they're now getting pretty close and possibly going to take it that long for just the mid-sized city of Pokrovsk. And you're worried about coming into Germany or Italy or Spain, for crying out loud. Their security is not threatened. It's just self-evident. Anyone with any common sense and willingness to be honest can see that. But you see Colonel Boast, like, you guys are all looking forward. And a lot of these deals that these guys have been making, both within the European Union and NATO itself, with Ukraine, they're talking about stuff out to 2030. And a lot of this so-called build up to the 5% GDP, that's 2035. So we need to have a sober reality here. You may not get to the end of 2025 without the Ukraine army collapsing. This assumption that because they haven't collapsed so far, they never will, is just foolishness. Well, I mean, the whole thing that we're doing is foolish. We need to be really, really careful about what we do here, or we are going to further undermine our own interest. And I assure you, one of these things that all these European leaders are like Emmanuel Macron, Keir Starmer, Mark Rutte, Ursula von der Leyen, they are really good at making speeches. And when they can have the ease of just saying, hey, we're going to set a schedule, we're going to have a meeting here, we're going to have another meeting 3 months from now, when everything's on their timeline, they can look cocky and they can say all kinds of stuff. But when they have to face a crisis, and if the Ukraine army collapses, that would be a crisis, because now all of a sudden you have the specter of the Russian army rolling into Ukraine in ways you can't stop. And now you're going to have to deal with reality at that point. Spin is no longer going to be an option. And I have grave doubts about their ability to handle an actual emergency. And that's what we're heading to if they don't get that fixed pretty quick. And that, of course, includes the United States. We have the same exact issue there. I have questions about whether the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State can handle an actual emergency where things start happening at a fast pace and you don't get to control the narrative. But we'll see how that's going to work out. Speaking of the United States, I want to shift gears here in the remainder of the time we have to one of the biggest issues that's roiling our country right now, and that is the Jeffrey Epstein issue. Now, we've been talking about that a lot here. If you've been paying any attention to the news, you know that there's been this big issue that President Trump and many of the key Republican leaders were running on this platform in the 2024 election about the Jeffrey Epstein, release the files. Don't protect all these pedophiles, we were told. All these rich, elite people who were doing all this illegal stuff with all these underage women. We've seen that Epstein himself was convicted or was rather charged. Of course, he died in confinement allegedly at his own hand. We'll see how that works out over time. And then his partner in crime, Ghislaine Maxwell, was convicted and is serving time in a jail right now. More on her in a second. But the issue here has been that after all the Republicans, to include President Trump, were emphatic about saying release the files, well, now they're in power. All of a sudden, they're not releasing the files. And the base has been patient up to this point. They're 6 months in, but their patience seems to be wearing out. And now Trump doesn't want to release them. You saw, of course, everybody's seen Pam Bondi in February talking about, yep, I have the client list on my desk and I'm going to release it. And then earlier this month, she goes, yeah, well, it really wasn't a list as much as a file. And turns out there really isn't a list. Anyway, move on. Now, Trump's been trying to tell people to move on. That's not playing well among many of the influencers on the Republican side. Well, then we shift gears in here just recently to the House of Representatives, because on, let's see, I think it was on July 22nd, so just days ago, we had the Speaker of the House in a very somber way talking about how this is a big deal.
Look, involved in the Epstein evil, okay, which is what it was. Just call it what it was. There are innocent victims of those unspeakable sex crimes, okay? Some of them were minors, some of them were not. When the Epstein records are turned over to the public, which we must do as quickly as possible, we have to also be very judicious and careful about protecting the innocent. I think everybody in the country should understand the necessity of that. The president himself has said that he wants maximum transparency and all credible evidence to be turned over to the American public so that everyone can make their own decisions. We're owed that. And we want any individual who's been involved in any way in the Epstein evils to be brought to justice as quickly as possible. And the law should be brought down upon their head. We're unequivocal about that.
Unequivocal about that. Anybody who's done anything, who cares about what party affiliation they have? Who cares about how much money they have? Anyone who's been involved with that and this horrific, this evil, let's just call it what it is. It's evil, says Mike Johnson. Let's have this. I've talked to the president. He is totally about transparency. Is he, though?
People should really focus on how well the country's doing, or they should focus on the fact that Barack Hussein Obama led a coup. Great attorney. But you ought to be speaking about Larry Summers. You ought to be speaking about some of his friends that are hedge fund guys. They're all over the place. You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
Yeah, be transparent over there. Be transparent about that thing and the other side. Don't look at this. Now, obviously, anytime you have somebody that was that emphatic before the election, about, release the files. Everything that's in the Jeffrey Epstein case needs to be brought to light. And then when you have the power, all of a sudden you're telling people there's nothing here, nothing to see. Don't even look. Just go somewhere else. Now, back to the House of Representatives, you had a lot of the movement was, hey, well, how about we just open it up? How about we have a movement here to just release the files? We have that power that the House can request it, require it rather. And you actually have some people who've been saying, hey, let's have hearings. Well, Johnson, after talking on the 22nd about how, yes, we should definitely, reveal all these files, we're owed it. That's what he said. We're owed it. Well, on that same day, he announces that, in fact, I'm going to get rid of Congress early. We're going to go out of session right now. And we're not even going to have a chance to do this. So it'll be September before they're even back into session. And so you got to ask the question, wait a minute, if we're owed this and the American people are demanding it, it's really risen up to an issue, especially among the president's supporters, then why are you going to shut it down? Well, that's not sitting well with all the Republican Congress. Thomas Massey actually has been pretty upset about it. And here's what he said just a couple of days ago.
People have wanted these files for years. And then, the president's staff, administration, his own children, his vice president have promised that these files would come out. And now we're being told it's a hoax. It just doesn't wash. And whether it's Republican, Democrat, or independent, across all those categories, it's only like 5 or 6% who don't want the files out. It would behoove the speaker to bring this to the floor. It would be in best interest of this institution. Just vote this out, give it to the Senate, and let them do their thing.
But the House Speaker of the House, Johnson, said, no, we're not going to do that. But Massey in a X post said, hey, this ain't going away. You can block this stuff out. You can quit doing our job that we're supposed to. But this is what he said. What was the date on that, Gary? Can you roll down a little bit further on that? Okay, that was on the 24th. So that was 2 days ago, where he said, he said, Speaker of the House recessed Congress early yesterday for a month to avoid dealing with the Epstein issue. Mr. Speaker, the American people won't forget. My legislation isn't going away. I'll be right there when we return, and I'll force the vote using a discharge position. A discharge position, for those who may not know, is a legislative issue in the House of Representatives where certain parliamentary capabilities will allow a member to require a vote on something. So he's going to put something out there, he said, and he's got it queued up already, potentially as early as September 2nd, where he's going to require them to actually address it. Johnson doesn't want to. This man that just got through telling you about how he's all about transparency and how we deserve to know what's in that files has the power to do it and expressly didn't. In fact, he chose that we're not going to do anything. More on that in a second. But then on the 23rd, so a day after you saw that comment by Thomas Massey, you had the House Speaker of the House, Johnson, mock Massey and anyone like him.
As the leader of my party, I lead the incumbent protection program. Okay. That's my job. I go all around the country. I travel endlessly, incessantly. I have to raise over $300 million to do that. And we want everybody to come back. And some people, I try to protect them from themselves. They kick and scream and bite their own colleagues. Some people seem to enjoy in trying to inflict political pain on their own teammates. I'm not going to address anybody individually, but I'll tell you that some here are much more frustrated than others. There's a small, tiny handful, but one in particular who's given me lots of consternation. I don't understand. I don't understand Thomas Massey's motivation. I really don't. I don't know how his mind works. I don't know what he's thinking. Thomas Massey could have brought his discharge petition anytime over the last 4.5 years. Over the last 4 years of the Biden administration, he could have done that at any time. And now he's clamoring as if there's some sort of timeline on it. It's interesting to me that he chose the election of President Trump to bring this, to team up with the Democrats and bring this discharge petition. So do I have some concern about that? I do. But in me and my way, I try to follow Ronald Reagan's 11th commandment. Never speak evil of another Republican. My gosh, it's hard to do sometimes around here. I also try to follow the scripture. It says, bless those who persecute you. So let me just say about Thomas Massey, could you just accept my Southern, bless his heart? Okay. I don't know what else to say about it. We're for maximum transparency. We're engaging in that right now. And we don't need political games.
This is what is wrong with politics in America. Let me just say, I want to talk about the specific things he talked about there related to the Epstein situation. But first of all, he sits there and says, my job is what was the phrase he used? Incumbent protection plan to get reelected. So this is what is an open secret, is that members of Congress don't come in to serve the American people. A handful do. By and large, the primary objective of these people is to get in power and stay in power. And so their primary focus is to get reelected, whatever that takes. It's not doing the right thing. It's not taking unpopular positions because it's the right thing. It's not doing hard work that's necessary, that may be unpopular, but that's what America needs, etc. None of that. It's just get reelected. He's not even covering that up, and he's laughing about it. Ha, 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 yeah, the incumbent protection plan. I do spend all this effort. He spends so much energy. He just said by his own mouth, traveling around the country all the time, raising money for re-election campaigns, not doing the job for the American people, not doing the job of the Speaker of the House, which is to get legislation done for the benefit of our people. No, he's using his time to focus on his colleagues' benefit, not your benefit, not the American people's benefit. That's one huge thing. Then he says this other thing here about Thomas Massie. And he, first of all, says, I'm not going to mention anybody's name here, but some people, and then he immediately mentions Thomas Massie's name. And then he just derides him, he mocks him, he shames him, he humiliates him. And that is the next thing that's wrong about politics. And this is either party. This is just an example of the Republicans, but the Democrats are the exact same. You don't want anybody doing their job. You don't want 435 members of Congress. You want like 2 in the House and in the Senate. You want whatever the leadership of the Republican Party says in both the House and the Senate to call the shots. And you want everybody else to just fall in line. And when somebody has the audacity to have their own independent mind and to talk about things that actually have to do with the people that elected them in their state or district, you want to mock them and shame them into silence. Now, Thomas Massie, if you know anything about him, he ain't going to be silenced by anybody. A lot of people are going to be given into this pressure, and they'll go silent or they'll trim their sails or whatever. Thomas Massie's not one. He's just decided that he's going to do what he thinks is right, and whatever the consequences are is what they are. So you don't have to agree with him on everything. I don't agree with him on everything, but I do think he's really right on a lot of things, especially on foreign policy issues and military affairs. But it doesn't matter. I respect and honor somebody like that who's coming into office, and this is what I think is right. And I don't care what kind of pressure I'm getting from my own party. And we don't have enough of those. And of course, that message is not just sent to Thomas Massie, but it's sent to anyone else who may be thinking about having the audacity to say something different than what that one guy in the Republican Party in the House of Representatives told his other 200 and whatever members. I always want one voice among everybody. I don't want anybody having their own views. And that's not what we're supposed to do. The whatever it is, I think 745,000 people in a congressional district right now, they don't vote for somebody to go up and just say, yeah, whatever Mike Johnson says. They want someone who's going to look after their interests. And if their interest in this particular case is we want to know what's going on with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, we want to know who you're protecting. I don't care if it's Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever, elite, rich, whatever they are. I don't want someone who has clearly committed a crime and at the expense of the weakest among us, underage women who were trapped into this horrific world, to get away with it. That's motivating them. So when Johnson says, I don't know what's in his head, dude, what the hell's wrong with you, man? What is wrong with you? You have these words that you spout about how this evil and all this stuff. And then when the guy who says, I want the list out there so we can have this exposed, you have the audacity to say, I don't know what's in his head. He told you what's in his head. He wants the information out there. The same words that you used, which you clearly didn't mean. And, and then you have to bring the Bible into it. Now, as a Bible-believing follower of Jesus Christ, that's a sore subject to me, especially when it's twisted and misused and not even close to being anything in its original purpose. And you say, yeah, it's the Bible says that you should bless those who are against you. And instead, you mockingly say, oh, well, God bless your heart, which is, it's just an embarrassment. If you consider yourself a follower of Jesus Christ, don't drag his word into this and then use it in mocking terms against somebody else. The exact opposite of what the section you cited says to do. So if you were actually following the teachings of Jesus on the situation from the Bible you raised, then you would not have done any of that stuff there. You'd have handled it behind the scenes, or you'd have just dealt with it, because that's the way our country is made. That's the way our system of government is set up. And so you mock him, you mock the Bible, and you mock the way our government is supposed to work. And instead, you want it to work the way you want it, which is consolidating the power in the hands of a very small, tiny minority, you and whoever those coterie of people are that are around you, or the president. And you don't want anyone else to have a voice, not even in your own party. Okay, that's one of the big problems here. But now let's get back to the actual situation here. This is not going away. However much Johnson wants to mock people and have press conferences and that kind of thing, and however much President Trump wants to try and say, oh, y'all are talking about the wrong things, go here, go there, look at this other thing here, you cannot have votes. It's not going to go away, because now the people are all the representatives are on vacation. And that's, and if I can just kind of one more thing that's wrong with our country. I mean, how many of you guys get to take 6 weeks off paid every year? Well, and that's just in the summer break. Of course, they have recesses all the time to where they're not doing anything at all. Allegedly, that's so that they can go back to their districts, but they go back to their districts all the time. They have staff there all the time. So that doesn't wash when you're reality. Basically, you're just, I'm taking 6 weeks off. We'll do whatever we want to do. and you're going to get this full, what is it, 179,000 annual salary right now? Something like that. That's wrong too. But people are kind of fed up with that, because the economy is not good for regular Americans. Even if the inflation has kind of gotten under control, it's still not good. People still have struggle trying to decide between what they're going to pay and what they're not, and how much food they can buy and what other kinds of things they can do in their lives, because their income is limited based on how much things cost. They don't get to take 6 weeks off in the summer, plus in the fall and in this winter and in the spring, and whenever they just don't feel like it. That's not how it works for regular Americans. So they're not really keen on this anyway. But if you think that we're just going to wait enough time and then people will be distracted by other stuff, I think you're going to be surprised. You're going to be disappointed, because I suspect also that if these guys are doing what they claim is the reason for this recess, so they can go back and talk to their constituents and have town hall meetings, etc., it's not going to go well when the subject of Epstein comes up. I wager that in between now and September, you're going to probably see a lot of stories on news where you're going to see a lot of angry constituents, and they're going to be complaining about members of Congress, and there'll be phone cams that are coming out or whatever, and there'll be complaints about it, and they'll be trying to talk their way out of it. I just don't think it's going to go away. This is something they've been trying to get after for years, and the circumstances surrounding Epstein's death. And then, by the way, this issue with Ghislaine Maxwell, that's got some curiosity too, because allegedly the Justice Department, first of all, granted limited immunity during their meeting. And last night I saw, before I went to bed, that there was some reports that Trump is actually considering a pardon for her. And her lawyer mentioned that was a possibility, something they were discussing. That's got a lot of people concerned too, because hang on a minute. She was convicted of this, and then now you want to give her a pardon under any circumstances? Because what I fear, the thing that I worry about this, and we'll see if it comes to pass, I hope it doesn't, but what I worry about is that there may have been some kind of a deal cut that says, hey, you come out and you give information here, and you release some information on anyone other than anyone associated with President Trump, and we'll give you a pardon and let you go. Meaning, don't give us everything, just give us the parts we want. Because, listen, nobody is going to act like President Trump is acting right now unless one of two things, and possibly both, are true. Either he is in there, and of course the Wall Street Journal and several publications here of late have said that in May, Attorney General Pam Bondi had all kinds of information, then had a staff of like the hundreds of people pouring through all these files and flagging everything that had any mention of Trump, and apparently there was a lot. Those reports didn't say what their relations were, only that his name was mentioned in there. So either you're in there for something bad, which goes back to Elon Musk when he dropped that bomb a couple of months back, that Trump is in the files, implying it wasn't just his name was mentioned, but he did something, and there's something to be found. So either there is something there and Trump doesn't want it out, so he's trying desperately to tell everybody to quit paying attention to it, or other powerful people that are allied with President Trump are in there, and he doesn't want their name out. They don't want their name out. So they're putting pressure on Trump internally, keep that stuff silent. But one and possibly both of those things are true. There's no other reason why, after talking forever about releasing these files and how important it was, and all of these people on your staff that are now senior positions have been clamoring for this stuff to be released, now all of a sudden we don't want anything, or there's just nothing there. Don't worry about it. That's just not going to wash. And now when you are actively, along with Mike Johnson, preventing the release of this information, is just not a good look. And I just don't think that I don't think many people are going to let it go. Certainly not the opposition parties, not independents and not Democrats. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, and everybody's really interested in finding out what the answers to those questions were that Gary's showing on the screen there. But I don't think people are going to let this go away on the Republican side. And so I'm going to be watching very closely over the coming weeks when these town hall meetings are supposed to be taking place, and what kind of videos and comments come out of that, what people are saying, et cetera. We're going to stay on this. But listen, it's not a good look for the administration. It's not a good look for the United States government. And for the Speaker of the House, the arrogance on that video clip we showed here from him mocking Massey on the 23rd of July, it's not a good look, folks. It's not a good look, Mr. Speaker. You might want to read the Bible a little bit more and actually put it into operation the way it was intended, which is towards unity, and it's towards respect and honoring other people, not in mocking them and suppressing them to get the way you wanted to. That's something you might want to keep in mind there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you guys for being with us here on a Saturday. Always.
That's the badge for the Connecticut Department of Corrections. Just so you'll know, I really do have a P.O. box. One of the things that I see going on right now in Ukraine, and as I always say, I don't get into the names of the towns. Petrovsk, I think I got that right. You got a V and an S and a K. Speak English. Those things kind of screw me up. You know what I mean? Now, Bologna, sure, it's pronounced Bologna, but I'm American. I know, okay, that's baloney, right? But when I see Petrovska, I'm like, screw it. What's happening there? Okay. Anyway, so what's going on apparently is this. The same thing that's happening in Petrovsk or whatever is happening all over creation in Ukraine. And why my glass is so fogged up? Because as I see it, a while back I had Andrei Martyanov, and we were talking about the tactics, about the Russian way of fighting, and he used the Russian language. We'll never remember what it was, but basically what he said was exhaust the enemy. You exhaust the enemy. Now, I put it to you like this. As I see it, there's two ways, two things, two strategies, I think, that are simultaneously going on, and that there's a continuum of exhausting the enemy. Here's what I mean. I think the initial way of exhausting the enemy is just fighting the enemy and looking at the enemy and evaluating and saying, I can make shells and rounds and guns and tanks and things like that faster than my enemy and longer than my enemy, right? Now, keeping in mind, who's the enemy? Russia knows good and well they're fighting NATO. They know they're fighting the combined forces of NATO, who are using Ukraine as a proxy to go against war. That they're doing. They've come up with a different plan. Basically, I would say this is World War II, part 2. in the first part, and let's just say this: we started off with the French, 1812, 11, whenever it was, just said, let's go in and beat the hell out of the Russians. They got kicked back. I think that, you had the Crimean War, different things. You had Charles XII of Sweden. They just straight on, let's take on the Russians. Never worked out all that well. So when it came to Hitler, they built up this proxy force. But most people don't know, Hitler, it was a proxy force. It was financed by the West. And the plan was they're going to take that, use this proxy army, this huge Nazi proxy army, and they're going to attack the Russians. The Russians beat that down. And I think now basically that's, part 2.0, right? We got a Nazi proxy army again with, interestingly enough, German tanks roaming along the Russian border. But we'll use this proxy army to go after Russia. But this time, as you know, I hate to sound like a broken record, the plan wasn't really to fight Russia. It was to get the war started against Russia, and then to lay into Russia with all of these sanctions, to weaken Russia and to cause Russia to unseat Vladimir Putin, to put in some kind of a proxy sucker who was then going to, a traitor, Navalny, whoever the hell, and then that person was going to, just funnel all the resources to the West so they could continue to survive, and then they could go after China and all the evil things that they want to do. And when that didn't happen, when Russia didn't fall, they didn't have a backup plan. So they're like, well, I guess we'll just keep fighting. And then they had to make up narratives for themselves to believe. They had to have an internal conversation for themselves to believe. But at that point, they were stuck. And I'll put it like this. This war was lost when the sanctions didn't unseat Vladimir Putin and put in some compliant traitorous puppet. At that point, it was lost. At that point, they didn't have a backup plan. So it was, we'll come up with a narrative. We'll continue to propagandize the people and tell them the Russians are losing. They're fighting with shovels. They're running out of whatever. We'll blame everybody else. It's the Chinese. It's the North Koreans. It's Iranian. We'll do all of these things. But these were not actions. These were reactions. The action was to overthrow the government of Ukraine. The action was to arm Ukraine. The action was to get the war started, right? These were actions. These were things that they were moving ahead with. Then we're going to get the war started. Then the big action was the sanctions. Great. Russia's going to fall. When Russia didn't fall, they switched from actions to reactions. Now they have to react to the fact that that they're in a war with Russia. And the way they did it, the principal thing was propaganda. And let me tell you how you can tell that the principal thing was propaganda. Because everything's blue and yellow. Everywhere you go, everything in the West has been converted to the color of the Ukraine flag. You go to I was in New York City, I was in Jersey, all around there, a month or two, a couple months back. Every damn thing that I saw is the color of the Ukrainian flag. It just makes me sick. Around here, everywhere you go, particularly the blue states, everything. Go to Walmart. Walmart has literally changed their blue and yellow. They changed it, the blue, to the color of the Ukrainian flag. I was watching the NBA finals and they had the color of the Ukrainian flag. There's some, what is it? League. I forgot what teams were playing. Basically, some new league. I forgot whatever, soccer, whatever the hell they're playing. But both teams had blue and yellow uniforms. One was yellow and blue and the other's blue and, one yellow on blue, the other's blue and yellow. So the bottom line is this. Well, here's what we'll do. We'll make everything the color of the Ukraine flag. Well, I mean, from a narrative perspective, it works. The problem is this. The Russian plan remains the same. Make a lot of weapons, continue to fight, continue to put pressure on the Ukrainian military. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Continue to attack, continue to come up with new ways to attack, continue to expand your military capabilities, continue to train soldiers, continue to prepare, attack, prepare more people. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, right? And eventually you exhaust your enemy. So one of the things that we're seeing that's happening is, and what's interesting was a big help to this, interestingly enough, a big assistance, since this is in fact a world war, was the Iranian conflict, because the Iranian conflict did in fact weaken the US's ability to expand conflicts. It weakened them because their their air defense missiles, their air defense capability was significantly weakened, and the world looked at them. And a lot of people who might have been afraid of the U.S. were like, "Man, you guys ain't as tough as we thought. You got no air defense. You have no air defense." Essentially, in this day and age, the way air defense works, the U.S. don't have them. We don't have air defense. You know, I mean, let's face it, if somebody can just fire a bunch of dummy missiles and drones and take your air defense out and just overwhelm your air defense from day one and look at you and say, you know what, 10 or 15 days, you're completely out. I mean, if the US, let's face it, the US and Europe are like, okay, we're going to take on all of Russia. We're going to take on Russia. Okay, yes, they got a lot more people and all this kind of stuff, not in military right now. But here's the problem they'd have. After about 2 weeks, they'd be pretty much out of it. Maybe even lesser time than that. They'd be pretty much out of air defense. And I don't mean running short. Their air defense doesn't work well. Think about these two things. Your air defense is not very capable, and you don't have enough air defense missiles to sustain a conflict. And that's important when we talk about the context of this whole NATO versus Russia, NATO versus China, right? The thing that's not discussed, it's discussed like how many aircraft carriers, how many missiles, how many this, how many that, right? But the operative phrase would be sustain the conflict, right? We saw Israel 12 days. And basically what we learned was if Iran was a few days, a few volleys away from Israel being naked, absolutely naked, no air defense whatsoever. And the U.S. would have and the U.S. was using theirs. They were using others. They had ships from all the various NATO countries, and they're all firing air defense stuff. Within weeks, the U.S. and its allies would have all been naked in the Middle East. They would have been exhausted of their air defense capabilities. And then what do you do? Think about this. What do you do if you get in a war with Russia and or China? And 2 weeks in, you're exhausted. You have no air defense capabilities. And you say, okay, time out. And Russia and China say, well, this is a war. You attacked us. You started it. Okay, well, then perhaps we should talk about, maybe a temporary. And they're like, you're out of air defense missiles. And what that means is we're not taking a break. We're firing twice as many as we did before because every one of them is getting through, and you know it. Now we've got this nice little document here that says unconditional surrender. You could always sign that, or everything you have will be flattened. We're giving you 2 hours, 1 hour. We're giving you 1 hour to make a decision. Either you sign an unconditional surrender, or every base, every airplane, everything you have, Russia and China is going to vaporize it. And to be quite frank, if they got in a war with Russia and China, they wouldn't have to. I don't think they'd have 2 weeks. I don't think they'd have 2 weeks because, think about the capabilities China has. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of missiles. They could probably easily put 1,000 missiles on every base that the U.S. has in the first hour, which means every base would be gone in an hour. Everything would be gone in an hour at that point. The U.S. would not have a fighting force. Any ships, everything would have missiles come towards it. It'd be done. There wouldn't be a matter of exhausting them. Most everything that the U.S. has in the region, in the Asian Pacific region, would be flattened in hours. The only option would be to swallow a suicide pill and start throwing nukes, and then, of course, you're going to get destroyed. So is that really the plan? So my point being, right now, the U.S. has been exposed as being very, very weak. The U.S. empire, NATO, extremely weak. And what Russia is doing is making it even weaker by the day. It's putting pressure on Ukraine. And in a way, oddly enough, a lot of people may not agree with me, but I'll say this. If I'm Russia and China and Iran, to be frank, I'm hoping that Germany, Britain, and France continue to send stuff to Europe, to Ukraine, and the U.S. If I'm Russia, I'm like, okay, we could crush them now. Shall we crush them? You're like the head general for Russia, and you call President Putin. President Putin, yeah, we got the Ukrainians right where we want them. Can we take them out? We go, hell no, you out of your mind? If we win this war, these morons are going to stop sending gear for us to blow up. I hear we're getting 6 or 7 Patriots. Here's what I want you to do. Keep the pressure on. Do not go over the top. Don't take them out. At least let them send these next 6 or 7 Patriots. We can blow them to hell. That's 6 or 7 less Patriots. In fact, here's what we're going to do. Here's a plan. We're going to say to the United States, we'll send a message specifically to Lindsey Graham. And we'll say, you better not send any more weapons. That's going to piss us off, especially no more Patriots and air defense systems. And then we're going to say, if Germany and Ukraine and France and doggone England, why if they send any more tanks and air defense systems, we're really going to be pissed. They better not do it. In fact, we're feeling kind of weak. Things aren't going our way. If the Germans and Netherlands, whoever the hell, the rest of the ignorant bastards, if they all sent a bunch of Patriot systems and all of their air defense systems all throughout Europe, it'd probably do the job and we'd lose. I think, in fact, we'd probably consider surrendering instantly if they were to send all of their air defense systems. So that's what we're going to go with that. Let's get that message out. We are finished if they send the air defense systems. We're going to turn tail and run. And hopefully these fools will send the rest of their stuff to Ukraine and we can blow it the hell up and be done with them. So that way, even if they get something in their mind that, hey, maybe we want to fight the Russians, they'll wake up and realize, oh, crap, what happened to all of our air defense systems? We already sent them to Ukraine and the Russians blew them up. Oh, tanks? Yeah, gone. How about mobile missile launchers and perhaps, I don't know, long distance artillery? Gone, sent to Ukraine, blown up. Oh, crap. So if I'm the Russians, I'm like, do I really want to stop this thing? I got a nice little system going here. These bastards are getting kind of froggy. They may think about giving me some problems in the future. Why don't I just go ahead and finish demilitarizing them? So I'm just saying, if I'm the Russians, I'm thinking about demilitarizing NATO. I don't want to end this thing. I want it to continue to go. I want NATO to send their money, their mercenaries, you got a good system going on for 3 years. Think about it, Russia. NATO sends in their stuff, you blow it up. They send in some mercenaries, the mercenaries get it. What's wrong with that? I mean, I'm not saying that I want this war to continue because I don't. I don't want it to continue. I don't want any war to continue. But by the same token, if I'm the Russians and I can gain an advantage by letting these jackasses send everything they got into Ukraine so I can blow it up instantly, why you want to give that up? I'm not giving that up if I'm the Russians. Pretty good strategy. But meanwhile, what's going on now is, it appears to me is the Russians, your initial strategy is what? It's a long-term strategy, right? It is keep the pressure on the Ukrainians. Let's build more drones, get more missiles, set them aside in case NATO gets froggy, and let's throw a lot of stuff at Ukraine and let's just make their lives a living hell. Okay. But as circumstances change, your tactics change. As an example, a boxer, he's boxing and he gets in a good punch and he sees the guy on the ropes and the guy's trying to get himself together and the guy's disoriented. What's a boxer going to do? Is he going to continue the same strategy? He's changing punches with the guy. He's dancing around. He's moving in the strike. He's moving out. He's getting some body punches. He's trying to get points. He's got 12 rounds here and he wants to be able to win on points. But he gets an uppercut through whap and catches the guy and he sees the guy stumble and fall up against the rope. Is he still going to continue trying to point the guy? No. He's going to jump into him and try to knock him out and start throwing flurries. He's going to come in on the guy. The guy's weak. Come in and start throwing flurries, right? That's what he wants to do. The guy's in trouble. Throw some flurries. Put him down, right? Whatever his strategy was, when he sees the guy get weak, that strategy changes. Here's my point. The Russians are working to exhaust the Ukrainians. But they recognize something, and that is the U.S. is sending a lot of stuff to Israel, ain't going to Ukraine. The U.S. is starting to complain, we're running out of stuff. The Europeans are like, we're getting a little short on money, and damn it, we've sent every damn thing to Ukraine, we're running out of stuff. And they went around the world, Pakistan, South Korea, Japan, whoever, give us your stuff, got to go to Ukraine. I mean, the Russians have really demilitarized the U.S. and all of their allies. We've been throwing stuff in Ukraine, and they've been blowing it up for the last couple of years. Pretty good system, actually. But at any rate, now that there doesn't appear to be a lot of weapons left to go to Ukraine, and to be quite frank, the Trump administration doesn't have a great inclination to send stuff. I think, quite frankly, it appears they see it as a lost war. And Trump's perspective is he's not emotionally tied to it. You know, the neocons were like, oh my God, this will be a catastrophic loss. And they're the ones that dragged us into it. And they're the ones that told us that, you know, the Russians are going to win. And I think there's a method to Trump's madness, not to defend Trump that I like him or hate him. Yeah, he's representative of a crooked, broken stick system. But I think Trump's repeated defense of himself by saying, this is Biden's war, it wouldn't have happened if it was me, this was stupid, it shouldn't have happened. Yes, in a way, it's kind of futile because you're the president and it's your war now. But I will say this. I think it does in some ways, maybe not. I think at least it's an attempt by Trump to inoculate himself from the fallout of the final outcome. Trump has said he knows the Russians are going to win. Well, yeah, of course. That's what we're told, that Trump has said, hey, the Russians are going to win. Well, you know what? In other breaking news, fire is still hot and ice is still cold. Okay. Yes, the Russians are going to win. But I do think that Trump is kind of setting up for when the catastrophe happens, when the Ukraine conflict falls, that Trump is setting himself up. So when the people who were so wedded to it, it's ours, we're going to do it, we're going to beat it. I think Trump is setting himself up to give himself, to be able to do a little bit of I told you so. I think Trump's move will be, this is mine, it wasn't mine, it shouldn't have happened, I don't want it to ever happen, doggone it, I can't make it work out. But I think his plan ultimately, when this thing falls apart, is to say, it's all Biden. How much it'll work, I don't know. It'll work with some people. But that's all he's got. That's all Trump has. Catastrophe is coming. And I think when the catastrophe comes, and I think this is the other part of it, as the catastrophe looms of a loss to Russia, when the neocons come to Trump and say, we must act, you know, whatever, we must fight the Russians and all die in a nuclear hailstorm, right? I think Trump is setting himself up in some ways when they say, we got to act now, the Russians are winning. I think Trump is setting himself up in a lot of ways by continuing to divorce himself from this war, by disassociating himself. In the short run, it may seem like it's nothing that matters. Come on, Trump, you are the president. But in the long run, when they push him to do something over the top, yes, we've got to fire missiles at Russia, whatever, right? We got to send troops. I think Trump is kind of set up to say, I said, this is not mine. I said, this is a mistake. You guys screwed up. I think he's setting himself up so that he won't have to take the ultimate fall by going into World War III against Russia. So as much as his attempts to disassociate himself from this thing and blame it on and blame the whole thing on Biden isn't really hitting home in the short run, I think there's a long-term vision here. And the long-term vision is when it finally does go bad, it's going to be easier, since all along I've been saying it ain't mine, it's Biden's, it was a mistake, it never should have happened. Then when somebody say you should jump into it now, then Trump will be able to say, but I've told you all along it ain't mine and I don't really want it. So let's see what happens. I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing. But I think Trump is kind of setting himself up. God only knows Trump got a lot of problems. Epstein, Trump's got problems. Trump's got Israel, Epstein, he's got big problems. And economics, you name it, and some he's making worse himself. Most of them, I would argue. But at any rate, so I think what we're seeing, so let's get back to Ukraine, to the battlefield. In the same way that I was saying, you know, a boxer tries to get points until he sees his opponent get weak, then he jumps on his opponent and he tries to take him out, you know, because he's on the ropes. I think that's kind of where we're getting with the Russians, wherein they worked a long, slow attrition war, right? And then every time they got an advantage, okay, they're making more drones, they'll use more drones. They got a little bit more, I think, intel inside of Ukraine. They're hitting some more spots. I think they're getting a little wiser in the PR war. I mean, think about it. Part of the public relations war clearly was to say, yes, we're blowing up these recruitment spots, and then to say, because the people in Ukraine are giving us the info because they don't want to be recruited. Well, whether that's true or not, maybe yes it is, maybe yes, no it isn't. But it was a propaganda move, and it seemed like a pretty good one actually. Seemed like seems like they got some mileage out of that one, whether it was true or false. But now, as the Ukrainians start to run short of ammo, I talked about this a few weeks back. Let's just say I have enough ammo left for 6 weeks. But enough ammo for 6 weeks depends upon my enemy. If my enemy attacks me at the 50% level, of their capabilities, it'll last me for 6 weeks. But if they go up to 25% to 75% of their capabilities attacking me, it may last for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. If they go up to 100%, it may last for 3 or 4 days. So how long the equipment that they have lasts depends on the level of attack they're facing on a daily basis. And I think what the Russians are doing now is recognizing they're running short of everything. Their politics are unstable. Their finances are unstable. They're now basically their country's in default. Their backers are unstable. Merz now, what is it? 56% of the people are unhappy with Merz. Merz is doing a lot of talking about what he's going to do to Russia. Oh, Russia's going to get it. We're going to take Russia out. We're going to do Storm Shadow. But at home, he's skating on thin ice. He's only been in there a few months, and the people are already like, screw you, man. You suck. Starmer, things ain't looking good for him. Macron, under 20%. Macron has fallen under 20% approval rating. So the Russians also see that the strength, the support of their adversarial leaders, that's weakening. So they got less money to give because people are unhappy at home. So people are like, don't give money to Ukraine. They got less money to give from Europe. They got less weapons to give because they're running out. The U.S. has less weapons to give because it's got a war in Israel that it's supporting, and a war in Ukraine, and our military industrial complex can't produce the stuff as fast as it's needed to support these two wars. And the Ukrainians are being weakened. The Russians, day after day, are weakened. Some of very significant areas. Towns and entrenchment areas, and etc. So I think what the Russians are doing now is, as they see the Ukrainians on the road, they're going to come in and start throwing flurries. They're going to push them to exhaust them. They're going to try to outpoint them for 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 rounds. But now that the Ukrainians are starting to get short of men and women, sadly, they're starting to get short of ammo. They're starting to get short of physical support, short of political support, short of financial support. Now the Russians are going to push. Now you got them on the ropes. They're weak. They're disoriented. Boom. The Russians are. My understanding of what's happening now is that the Russians, all across the front, in all areas, everywhere they can, they're putting heat on them. They're coming. They're bombing. They're attacked. They're pushing. They're moving forward. And the Ukrainians are now back on their heels. But think about it. To some extent, they have to conserve their ammo. But can you conserve ammo if you're being attacked in a defensive position? How much longer can they do this? And if you think about this, I think we're seeing a similar situation to the Iran conflict, wherein it was only 12 days. After 12 days, the U.S. and Israel had to tap out. They won't admit it. But after 12 days, we are now hearing things such as they were a day or two from being completely out of everything there. Now, add this. These ships in the area, in the region, right? The U.S. ships in the region that have a limited amount of air defense missiles. They, excuse me, you can't bring a ship alongside them and load them back up with air defense missiles. They have to go to certain ports that have the capabilities and the equipment to do that. They go to the ports, and the port has certain equipment at that port that then loads the missiles on, and they can go back out to sea. But because the Iranians were firing every day, they didn't have a chance to go off station. They didn't have a chance. They're out there, they're defending. They didn't have time to go into another port somewhere. That would have took days and days and days. They had to stay on station. They were running out. They were hours, if not days, away from Israel being completely naked. And then Iran could have fired any and everything they wanted all day and night. My point is, I think we're getting to that point with Ukraine, where Ukraine's air defense is nearing nakedness. And if it's not naked, it will soon be there. And I think because of the drone situation, effectively it is. Effectively, they can't Ukrainians cannot protect themselves from the barrage of bombs coming from Russia. And as Russia completely obliterates Ukraine's air defense system, as it completely falls apart, as it completely runs out of missiles, what's going to happen? The Russians are going to be able to fly bombers night and day. Big ones, old school, Tupolos or whatever the hell they are, the big ones, right? They're going to be able to fly their equivalent of B-52s, because once there's no air defense, what the hell? And they're going to be able to fly these big slow bombers over Ukrainian positions and just carpet bomb them. That's what's coming. That's the direction we're going in, and I think the West is trying to, sell some wolf tickets. They're like, yes, we could take Kaliningrad in a second. And Russians will be like, you make screw with you, Kaliningrad, we'll nuke you, right? And they're like, yeah, but it's a small area and it's inside of Europe. We could take that. And Russians like, yeah, you could take a nuke too, because that's what you'll get. But I think they're bluffing. They ain't planning on attacking Kaliningrad. First of all, I don't even think the West has the equipment they need to attack Kaliningrad, much less anywhere else. And that's right next to the Russian border. I'm sure the Russians have massive amount of troops on that border, and Kaliningrad is armed to the teeth. And the Russians would really, if you start attacking it, I wouldn't want to be in that group of soldiers or in that armored column or whatever that says they're going to attack Kaliningrad, because you are going to get it with missiles and everything else. And if you get close enough, you'll get nuked. Let's not forget, the Russians have nukes that are in mortars. They have mortars that have tactical nukes. They have very small things that have tactical nukes. So they can give it to you pretty quickly and painfully. And if you are attacking Russian territory, the likelihood is that really bad things are going to happen. But I think it's a bluff. I think it's a bluff because they know they're in trouble. And I think what we're going to see is more and more bluffs as they realize Ukraine's in trouble. And I think we are rapidly approaching the point where Ukraine's going to have to bite the bullet. They're going to have to give up. They're going to have to run for it. They're going to have to try to, and making a deal is not an option, because that is just not the way things are going to work. But I've said this, and Scott says, I don't know about that. I don't know if they'll do that. That's kind of brutal. But I've said, I think the Russians, once they unseat the Ukrainian soldiers from their positions in eastern Ukraine, and those Ukrainian soldiers start to head for the river so they can cross the river on the bridges and go to the west, I think the Russians are going to blow those bridges up. Maybe I'm wrong. Remember that I said this. I think the Russians are going to blow those bridges up. And I think when the Ukrainian, at the last minute, and the Ukrainians are going to get there and they're going to try to cross the bridge, there ain't going to be no bridges, and they're going to be caught out in the open, and it's not going to be a good situation. In my opinion, the Russians will annihilate the Ukrainian army. And let me put it to you like this. There are a lot of people that don't think they will annihilate, that they'll give them a break. If you understand what happened, how we got here, that's exactly how we got here. The Russians gave them a break. The Ukrainian resistance fighters surrounded, I think it was 30,000. It was effectively what was the Ukrainian army. And my understanding was about 30,000 of them. And they were surrounded and they could have been annihilated. And what's her name? The German Chancellor Merkel flew to Moscow and said, "Oh, please give them a break. Don't annihilate them." And then along came the Minsk I and Minsk II. And so because the Russians showed mercy, or, not the Russians per se, but it was the Donbass militias, which I would think were probably armed and helped by the Russians, because they showed mercy, that gave the West, NATO, the opportunity to rearm and come back and get them. I don't think they're going to show mercy a second time. I just don't believe they'll show mercy a second time. I think that the second time around, if they get tens and tens and tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers running for the bridge, I think they'll blow the bridge, and I think they'll annihilate the Ukrainian army. I think that's what they will do. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm saying this. I'm a nice guy. I do not believe in war. I do not believe in violence, hurting other people. But if I am the president of Russia, looking at a historical context and say, last time we had them surrounded and you begged us to let them go and we let them go. And look what you did to us in return. This time you can, hey, Prime Minister Nixonov, yes, we'd like to strike a deal with the Ukrainian soldiers. I'll call you in a couple hours. Click. Ain't going to be no deals. So I think because, and here's the reason why I think there won't be any deals. Because if that Ukrainian army exists, it can be weaponized and will be weaponized to come back against the Russians again, if it exists. There's no question about it. You know that. If there's 50,000 Ukrainians, 100,000 Ukrainians running for the border, running for the river, they cross the river. Or let's say they get to the river and the Russians make a deal and the Russians say, okay, we won't kill them. And they cross the river. What do you think they're going to do? The West is going to arm them and they're going to say Putin's evil, blah, blah, blah. They're going to arm them all up and say, now cross back over the river and attack the Russians. Can I let that happen if I'm in charge of Russia? No, I really can't. There is only one way, that those soldiers don't come back across the river to attack me again. And I think we know what that way is. And I suspect we're going to see that kind of an ending. But we will see. I do want to, before I go, I guess I didn't put it in there. So bottom line is, the other thing is this. The other thing is, I think that we're seeing the instability of not just, let me put it this way. I said the Zelensky government is unstable, but here's the reality. It is a reflection of its masters. The puppet masters are unstable. The puppet ain't gonna be so stable. The organ grinder is unstable. The monkey ain't gonna be stable, right? The fact of the matter is, if you look at Trump, right now, he's taking heat. And he's taking heat over this Epstein thing. And, he said he was gonna, Trump said he was gonna release the Epstein papers. There was never a chance he could release the Epstein papers, the Epstein list. There was never a chance that could be happened, but he lied and said he was going to. Probably, no doubt, knew he wasn't when he said it, but he didn't care because he figured I'll get out of it. So he makes this move. Oh yeah, we're gonna let go of the Epstein list. Nah, nobody couldn't. He brings in Cash Patel. He brings in Bongino. These guys talked a lot of crap. Oh yeah, we get in, things are going to be different, and we're going to stand up, and we're going to tell the truth. No, you're not. You have no power. We understand that you're not the power, that you work for the power. And the issue is not about senators and members of Congress and stuff like that, people like that are on the Epstein list. Their masters are on the Epstein list. The people who paid the money to get them in the Senate and in the House and whatever position they are. Those people are on the Epstein list. So if the puppet masters are on the Epstein list, the puppets can't let them be on. They can't let them, put it out. So I even suspect now, my guess is all this talk of Ghislaine Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell, oh, they interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell. Well, we're going to get the interview. The interview for Ghislaine Maxwell says there's no list. Trump ain't on the list. Nobody's on the list. She came out and we said, what about the Epstein list? And she said, there is none. Okay. In that case, she's been so good that we'll give her a full pardon. I mean, that's what the only thing they're going to use this is to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. That's what they're going to use it for, number one. Number two, it ain't about a list. It ain't about a list. There's so much more to this than just a list. It is about, this is an Israeli pedophilia operation for blackmail that the Israel and the US and whoever else, probably MI6, no doubt, were trafficking child. Now, when people out here on the net said, yeah, they were a bunch of pedophiles, everybody was like, you guys are crazy. You guys are a bunch of stupid conspiracy theories, calling these rich people pedophiles and saying they've got pedophile networks. That's mad. That's insane. No, it looks like it wasn't so mad and insane. Isn't that what they said about the people who didn't believe the JFK story? Isn't that what they said again about the people who said, hey, something fishy about 9/11? Whenever the government, something happens and people say, hey, I don't think that story makes sense, you're a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists. So everybody that said, hey, these people there's some pedophilia afoot. Oh, no, you stupid, crazy conspiracy theorist, building 7 conspiracy theorists. Well, it's out. And all they can do is go to their next lie. That's their only option. What are they going to say? Tell the truth about Jamie Dimon and who knows who else? No. They'll go on to their next lie. And it is hurting Trump bad. And there's nothing Trump can do about it. In fact, it could be Trump's demise. They could get to the point where they say, well, the only way out of this is we'll have to get rid of Trump and we'll put J.D. Vance in charge. But they got a problem because it ain't going to stop. Even the people under are going to say, J.D. Vance, Trump's gone. He wouldn't do what he promised. Now we expect you to do it. And they can't. J.D. Vance can't. Trump couldn't. Biden didn't for 4 years. The Democrats, hey, look at Trump. He won't let me release the list. Well, Biden was in, this happened in 2019. Biden 4 straight years and Biden couldn't release it. But for some reason, he's mad at Trump. Makes no sense. They can't. Because their masters are on the list. And I would be willing to bet you this. Epstein Island was a pedophile, a sex blackmail operation, including child trafficking, human trafficking, sexual trafficking, prostitution, you name it, right? Probably murder, everything you can think of, extortion, blackmail. It was a criminal operation of epic proportions. But I'll guarantee you this, on Epstein Island, there was other meetings that they had business meetings. You know how you'll have like these groups like the Club of Rome or the with the various international organizations and groups, right? I will guarantee you that on Epstein Island, they were having those kind of meetings, that they were having foreign policy meetings, WEF type meetings, World Economic Forum type meetings. They were having economic meetings. I will guarantee you that on that island, there wasn't only sex going on, that there was actual international policy being created, driven, discussed. So there was a lot more. Here's the truth about Epstein. Part of a big part and the most unthinkably horrible part of the Epstein conflict was the pedophilia, child sex trafficking, all that kind of stuff, underage girls, whatever. That was a big part of it. But if you understand these people like I understand them, that wasn't the only part of it. They were the kind of discussions that they couldn't have out in the open about, yes, what are we going to do about Russia? Well, here's the plan. We're going to start a war with them, and then Putin's going to fall. Then let's decide how we divide Russia up. Okay, you get this part, you get the oil, you get the gas. No, we're the US, we're taking the oil and the gas. Okay, fair enough. You get the nickel, you get the coal. What about the timber? I want the timber. All right, France, you can have the timber. I'm guaranteed they were having those kinds of meetings on Epstein Island of what they do next. And so the Epstein group was, the pedophilia part was a big part of it, maybe not even the biggest part, but a necessary part, because they had all of these meetings. And then if you thought that you might talk, or if you thought you might, if they were concerned that anybody might rat them out or something like that, guess what? They wouldn't because they also had all of these other sexual things going on. And Trump was a rich man and a powerful man, and he had to be involved in some of it, probably the discussions and things like that, but also the sexual stuff too. They go there, we're gonna meet all day. And in the evening, they'd probably say, all right, now pick a young girl, or God forbid, young boy, whatever. You pick them and they go back to your room for sex or whatever. And of course, there's cameras and everything, and video, audio, tape, whatever. So they have the meetings, and then to make sure that nobody talks, they have all the sexual escapades. I guarantee it. We're only talking about the sexual part, but there was a lot more to it than that. There was a lot more going on than that. And now where we are is this. Let's on the way out. Yeah, and somebody put Israel was a sanctuary for pedophiles and a lot of other types of criminals. It was a criminal sanctuary. In the same way, think about this. You know, when you look at some of these islands, nations where like the billionaires take their money and they put it in whatever island, you know, some Caribbean island or Cyprus or whatever the hell, some, you know, the Isle of Man, Jersey or Guernsey or whatever the name of that island is, these various islands, little teeny islands, and they'll have like some banking laws where the, you know, there's no taxes, no nothing. They won't tell who owns it. Okay. And all of these billionaires and corporations put their money in these little islands, right? So that way you can't trace their money and they don't have to pay taxes anymore. And these islands, if you look at them, they're always one thing. They're almost always islands that were former British colonial outposts. And then now the British, rather, they'll say we're not in charge of that island anymore, but they got some puppet leader in charge. They're still in charge of the island. They're still in charge of the island, right? They've got some colonial puppet who they've got in charge. And so now they pretend like they're in charge of that island because they're not in charge of the island. Excuse me. They pretend like we're not in charge of this island. We don't know. This island can do anything they want. And it just so happens this island has decided that all of these British billionaires can come over there and park their money and they'll never have to pay any taxes. It's just coincidence, but hey, it's an island. They can do what they want. No, that's not the truth. The truth of it is those islands are still owned by British, and they use them specifically so they can have the appearance that it's an independent island, but it ain't independent. It is a place for money laundering. Israel is that too. Israel is that, a place where they can hide criminals. Well, let me ask you this. You might not know this. When Epstein was in Florida and he got caught, you know, the first time, and they were working out a deal as to what was going to happen to Epstein, right? So he got caught with the child trafficking in Florida, caught, whatever that means. And they started looking into it and they were deciding what kind of a deal he was going to get. Do you know what Jeffrey Epstein did? He fled to Israel. He fled to Israel. He went to Israel. And while he was in Israel, his law firm, now something you might find interesting, his law firm was a law firm, and one of the interesting guy worked there, Bill Barr. Bill Barr was the same attorney general who handled the Epstein case. Isn't it interesting that when the Epstein case was in front of the federal government, they brought in Bill Barr as the attorney general to handle that and amongst other things, but mainly that. The guy who was at the law firm defending Epstein became attorney general and was in charge of the Epstein case and spoke with Epstein a couple days before Epstein's suicide. Maybe he told him, dude, this is your last chance. You're going to do what we want you to do. You're going to keep your mouth shut. No. Then we'll either kill you, possibly, or possibly they didn't kill Epstein. It's possible that Epstein's on another kind of Epstein island, which would be Israel. Israel is effectively, in some ways, the way they are always shipping pedophiles out there. You can argue that it's a form of an Epstein island, right? So we don't know. We think Epstein's dead. I suspect he's dead. But I don't know anything 100%. number one. But my point is, isn't it interesting that when Epstein was awaiting the outcome of his Florida case, he fled to Israel. And then when he got a sweetheart deal, he came back. You see, my dear friends, if something went bad and he hadn't got that sweetheart deal, he wasn't coming back. And when he ostensibly committed suicide, perhaps he committed suicide and fled to Israel. We don't know. Ghislaine Maxwell, is she really in jail? I find it hard to believe. They claim she's in jail. They claim, but she's an Israeli spy. That ain't the way they do things. You know, perhaps they bring her in yes, she's going to prison. They bring her in a door. She's going to be in solitary confinement and then whatever. And then right out the back door and off she goes to Israel or wherever she is. She's probably in Israel. She was an Israeli spy. Why wouldn't she be? And so now what we have is, before I leave, what we have is an interesting situation. I don't see how Israel wiggles their way out of this one. And I don't mean that they'll be held accountable, because as far as the U.S.'s empire is concerned, they could care less. As far as the ruling elite's concerned, they could care less what we want, what we don't want, whatever. It don't matter to us. We ain't getting it. This is not a democracy. Don't fool yourself. But the people ain't going to back off. The story is not going to die. And what we have is this: the United States and Israel raping children, pedophilia, transporting them for sex around the world, and now a genocide where they're starving children to death and blowing them to pieces and killing them along with their parents. Think about what we got here. Starving children to death. What kind of people do this? Starve children to death. Drop bombs on them, blow them to pieces and burn them alive. Literally, we've seen pictures of incubators where all of the babies in the incubators in the hospitals, premature babies, dead, every one of them. Drop bombs on refugees in tents. Refugees in tents. Drop bombs, burn them alive. Put out food. And when the people come in, hey, there's food and water. Oh, you see people starving. There's food and water over there. Go get the food and water. And when the people go for the food and water, they open up with machine guns. This is the United States government. And this is the Israeli government. How do you go from that to, all right, well, that's over. Let's go back to normal. Wait a minute. You know, it's like this. And we've all had that, where we've been around someone and they've done something where you just said to yourself, oh my God, I can't be friends with this person anymore, right? Imagine you're hanging out with your buddy and, you know, you're like, hey, well, we're going to go fishing. And he says, oh, let's stop by my house first because I got to get my favorite fishing rod. All right, sounds like a good idea. And you stop by his house and you're in the garage and he's like, I can't find my fishing rod. Honey, have you seen my fishing rod? And his wife comes walking in and she goes, I haven't seen it. And he says, you're lying, bitch, and slaps her down to the ground. You'd be like, holy crap, this guy just slapped his wife. He's an abusive human being. He called her a name and he slapped her right in front of me. Let's face it, that fishing trip's over. He's not my friend anymore. I'm not hanging out with this person anymore. I have now seen a crime of moral turpitude that is on a level that says you can't associate with people like that. Ever. I don't want anything to do with people like that, right? Here's my point. My government is involved in things that would make that look like a nice day. My government, need I go over it again? My government is involved in the rape, the murder, the starvation, the trafficking, the genociding of children and men and women and babies, and bragging about it and continuing to do it. And if that ain't bad enough, they said, yeah, there's some raping of children's going on. We'll let you know who did it. I promise. And some people believed them. I'm like, I'll believe it when I see it. So then the people are like, well, okay, government, you promised us. Granted, you're still committing a genocide. That's bad news. But you did promise us, you'd tell us who was involved you would give us the list of people. You would tell us who it was. And the government would say, yeah, I kind of really did promise that, didn't I? Yes, you did. No, I'm not. Okay, promised it. Fair enough. But just the list doesn't exist or something, whatever. See, when Trump says the list doesn't exist, what he's really saying is, whatever, you ain't getting it. That's just it. The list don't exist, does exist, whatever you want to think. The answer is no. Yeah, I told you I was going to give it to you. No, I'm not going to give it to you. That's all it is. Yes, I told you that, but I'm not going to do it. Stuck on that, buddy. What are you going to do? I'm the president. You ain't. And if I do it, I won't be the president either because they'll kill me. It's not that Trump won't. Sure, he won't. It's that he can't. He doesn't have the power or authority. If Trump was to go on TV and say, I've made a decision, I'm releasing it. When I get off the air, I'm going to go meet with the CIA and these people and say, and FBI and all, say, I want that list. I want the names of every single person who was implicated, and I'm going to read it online. And I'm going to do that at 8 p.m. tonight. He'd be dead by 7 p.m. 6:59. Oh, we've got bad news about President Trump. Seems to have had a heart attack, and we decided to cremate the body. No, he just wait till the last minute. He died an hour ago. So we had to cremate the body. And here's J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, what do you think about the Epstein list? Huh? Are you going to release it? No, Vance will be like this. No, Epstein, never heard the name before. No, buddy, I am not releasing a damn thing. I'm not saying anything. I don't know nothing about birth of no babies. Count me out. That's the way it would work. I'm mad at Trump. First of all, do I expect him to tell the truth? He made a promise that he wasn't going to keep. Whoa, what a shock. A politician made a promise and didn't keep it. I don't know. How about we start with the Democrats? Did Joe Biden say, hey, I'm going to do free community college? Oh, wait a minute. We need to fix Obamacare. How about we do a public option? I got an idea. We're going to do a $20 minimum wage. And he did none of them. As soon as he got in power, everything he promised was, you know what he said? I would, guys, but the Senate parliamentarian overruled me. This is literally. He literally said that to Democrats. Hey, you're the president. I know, but I mean, come on. The Senate parliamentarian, that's real power there, dude. I would do some of these things if I could, but I called the Senate parliamentarian and I said, hey, what about free community college? We can afford that. We help a lot of poor people. Senate parliamentarian said, shut the hell up. I ain't getting it. So what am I going to do? I'm only the president. That's where we are. So let me ask you this. What's the difference between Joe Biden saying he was overruled by the Senate parliamentarian and Trump saying there is no Epstein list? It's virtually the same thing. It's shut the hell up. I ain't doing it. I can't do it. They'd kill me if I would. I don't really care because I'm the president. It's too late. I already got your votes. And money's coming my way, power, women, whatever I want. Of course, in Joe Biden's age, I'm sure the whole women thing is way past him. Sure, he ain't there no more. I don't think they make enough Viagra in the world. That guy was like, here's Joe Biden. That's Joe Biden. So let's face it. I mean, I'm sure the women thing really wasn't working for him. But the bottom line is this. Trump could have, you know what? Here's what Trump should have did. When they said, hey, Trump, are you going to release the Epstein list? Well, you know what Trump should have said? I would, but the Senate parliamentarian overruled me. And if they said, what are you talking about? Hell, it was good enough for Joe Biden. It's good enough for me. There you go. Trump can't release the names on the Epstein list because he's been overruled by the Senate parliamentarian. What the hell? Go for it, Trump. I don't care. I know you can't. And that's where we are. We are now, we were already there, but we know it now. I think that's a good thing. You know what I mean? I think it's a good thing that you know that your government is genocidal, child raping, child trafficking, lying scumbags. Sadly, there's some people that still believe them, right? There's some people that are like, yes, I think Russiagate was true. So you think your government's telling you the truth? Yeah, when it comes to that. What about, I think they told us the truth about COVID. In fact, I think during COVID, I think the government was just trying to protect us and look out for our health. They were only trying to do the right thing. At the same time, they were involved in pedophilia and child rape. And of course, you know, they are pretty good genocide. But I really think that during COVID, they were trying to do the right thing. And they were looking out for us. They were telling the truth as best they could. Did they make a few errors? Fair enough. They're only human. But no, they were lying. They always lie. They were going to make as much money as they can for them and their friends, and they could give a crap less about us. They, you know, during COVID, if you were to say, hey, I think this thing was cooked up in a lab, you'd be thrown off of YouTube, Twitter, Smitter, Fritter, everything else. And when it's all over, they're like, you know, I think this thing, we're the government, and we think this thing was cooked up in a lab. You think you cooked it up in a lab? And it wasn't in China. It was in Fort Detrick. Go to my Substack, and I got a video in there where I show you the links, and I give you the links to show you it came from Fort Detrick. But at any rate, I think that's it. Thanks a lot, you all. Have a wonderful day.
Selling microchips to China. Well, it's official. Donald Trump just admitted the United States cannot beat China in the tech race. And in a move that no one saw coming, Trump has reversed his ban on U.S. companies selling microchips to China and has given NVIDIA the green light to export its advanced H20 microchip to China, a move worth $15 billion in market share. Now, everyone, this is a massive deal as it represents a 180-degree pivot in U.S. policy, a policy that has spanned the past two administrations through both Trump and Biden. It's amazing because for years, the U.S. government preached the benefits of suppressing and containing China. But just listen to David Sachs, Trump's chief advisor on AI and crypto, admit the reason the United States made this decision.
So Huawei is becoming much more competitive. And if you give the whole Chinese market to Huawei, it's a huge subsidy for their R&D, right? And it basically forces Chinese companies that might be willing to use the H20 to use the Huawei chip and to basically figure out the bugs, work out the kinks of the cloud matrix system, and help Huawei scale that up. So I think there is a compelling argument here that you just don't want to hand Huawei the entire Chinese market when NVIDIA is capable of competing for a big slice of it.
Sachs is right. Huawei has only become stronger and more resilient in the face of U.S. sanctions. With China's back against the wall, Huawei engineers not only figured out how to survive, but to innovate at a rate that forced the United States government to shift from, we will never allow China to buy U.S. chips again, to let's sell some American chips to China in hopes that the Chinese will stop innovating so fast. But this moment goes far beyond microchips. Time magazine broke this story earlier this month, showcasing how Chinese universities are rising faster than ever before, seeding many to feel that Trump is ceding global leadership directly to China. The simple reality is that China is advancing at a pace never before seen in human history and continues to dominate the majority of the world's most important tech sectors. But advanced semiconductors is one of the few areas where the United States is still holding its ground. But in today's video, we'll break down the real reason Trump has made this surprising decision. We'll showcase why this reversal will not stop the Chinese from innovating and also reveal an exciting opportunity in the market where you can benefit from this trend. Let's begin. Now, the US decision to ease restrictions and allow more NVIDIA chips to flow to China was seen in Beijing as a meaningful gesture of good faith, following last month's trade talks in London. Access to advanced chips and cutting-edge tech has always been at the top of China's negotiating list. Meanwhile, Washington has been laser-focused on one thing: rare earth minerals. China holds near total monopolies over several of most of these materials, many of which are essential in producing the very NVIDIA chips the US is now exporting. Trump's move looks like a calculated play to unlock access to these minerals that the US government desperately needs to keep its military machine running. Whether it's shipping weapons to Ukraine, arming Israel, or building up the Pacific Front, the Pentagon needs these materials to stay operational. But this isn't just about rare earths. It's, of course, also about money. NVIDIA is part of the so-called Magnificent Seven, along with Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, and Tesla. These massive companies are almost single-handedly propping up the US stock market and are massive drivers of growth for the US economy. A potential $15 billion surge in NVIDIA's market share could send the stock market soaring. And when that happens, it's the billionaire class that cashes in. That includes the many ultra-wealthy investors inside Trump's own circle, who are certainly major shareholders. So this single decision of giving NVIDIA some room in China hits two birds with one stone for Donald Trump. It satisfies his pressure from the Pentagon, and it delivers a massive payout to the financial elite Trump has always prioritized. A rare earth bargaining chip and a chance at a market rally on Wall Street is the kind of deal that Donald Trump couldn't resist. And honestly, this is why we pay attention to geopolitics, because as I've said many times on this channel, what happens in the White House can shift markets and create opportunities. Let me give you another case study in one of the hottest industries right now. Last week was Crypto Week in the US, and there has been so much positive news on crypto, with Bitcoin hitting all-time highs and Trump pushing hard for industry-friendly bills to progress through Congress. Crypto is now making its way into mainstream financial conversations. Simply do a Google search on Bitcoin treasury strategy, and you'll see many companies like MicroStrategy and Tesla are starting to allocate funds to cryptocurrencies. Instead of sitting on cash, companies are now choosing to hold Bitcoin on their balance sheets as a long-term store of value and hedge against inflation. Even Charles Schwab, CEO, announced earlier this week the plan to launch Bitcoin and Ether spot trading. But here's where it gets interesting. There's a company called Hyperbit Technologies, who is the sponsor of today's video and trades under the ticker symbol HYPE in Canada, HYPAF in the US, and NS70 in Germany. Instead of buying Bitcoin outright, they're mining digital assets like Dogecoin, Litecoin, and others through highly efficient, renewable powered operations. And it's unlike any company I've ever seen in the crypto space. Hyperbit is a complete, diversified company that gives you exposure to the whole crypto industry in just one stock. And that's honestly the main reason I love this company. You have full exposure to the booming crypto industry with one stock and don't have to personally buy crypto or manage confusing wallets and keys. Hyperbit is mining crypto, buying crypto, and securing crypto. And if you are interested in learning more about this unique company, I'll include their website, investor presentation, and stock tickers down in the video description below so that you can do your own homework and diversify your portfolio. But now let's get back to our story and explain how both China and NVIDIA won big with Trump's newest policy. Back in January, when Trump blocked microchip sales to China, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang got straight on a flight to Beijing. And despite the rhetoric coming from the White House, Jensen recognizes the reality of what China is like and does not fearmonger or buy into the idea of the China threat. Rather, he focuses on the win-win cooperation that China promotes, while still firmly advancing U.S. interests as a U.S. citizen. I can't stress enough how big a win this is for both NVIDIA and China. Jensen Huang has gone on to say he does not care whose AI model wins. In a perfect world, the US and China would both be advancing the AI industry. They just would both be using NVIDIA chips to do it. Huang has repeatedly praised China's rapid advancements in AI and has correctly pointed out that the country has by far the largest talent pool of AI researchers, being home to 50% of the world's total. In China, AI is being applied to everything from industrial applications, internet shopping, self-driving cars, medicine, and even farming. As a result, many Chinese companies have started to place orders for the chips, including Chinese tech giants ByteDance and Tencent. As Huang noted during his visits, AI has become a fundamental resource like water, energy, and the internet. This fact is especially apparent in China, where AI is already being used in cutting-edge ways that have yet to be realized in the West. The CEO's outlook towards trade and cooperation between the two countries represents an ideal model going forward. and has led him to be labeled as the best American ambassador for the US-China relationship. Just look at how Jensen reacts to Chinese technology and EVs.
The technology inside is the best in the world. And I would love to. I would love to. It's unfortunately not available in the United States, but that's our misfortune, not yours. I would say that the electric vehicles in China are probably in the last 5 years the most surprising to the world in terms of the advancement.
Instead of buying into the fear-mongering narrative, Huang sees through claims of Chinese technology as a threat, but as a massive opportunity for win-win cooperation between two countries. Under this vision, Chinese automakers gain access to the US market, while American consumers benefit from affordable, modern, and climate-friendly vehicles powered by American-made NVIDIA chips. It's a textbook example of what's possible when the two largest economies choose collaboration over confrontation. Mainstream media frequently talks about the technology race with China, but let's be real. Looking across the tech industries that will shape the future of our world, it's clear to see the truth. There is objectively no competition coming from the United States. Let's look at electric vehicles, which are without a doubt the future of transportation. Chinese EVs are innovating every year and providing the best quality products on the market while maintaining affordable prices for every level of consumer. Xiaomi's new SUV sold an astonishing 200,000 pre-orders in just 3 minutes and totaled a whopping 289,000 sales within just 1 hour of going live. That's not just because it's an amazing product, but because the car comes at an incredible price point of just $35,000 US. Xiaomi is just one of several Chinese companies putting out these incredible numbers. And what's America's answer? One company, Tesla, a brand bleeding global market share thanks largely to the massively unpopular actions of its CEO, Elon Musk. The Cybertruck, which was once hyped as the future of EVs, is now being mocked as one of the biggest flops in the automotive history. Sales are currently dead in the water as the Cybertruck is riddled with design flaws, recalls, and is currently sitting unsold on many dealer lots. It ranks worse than 91% of all vehicles sold in 2024. Most Americans can't afford an EV, and even when they can, they don't want what's on offer. In fact, the only reason why Tesla still stands today is because the United States has not allowed Chinese EVs to enter into the American market. All of this makes it very clear that it's not even a question to who is number one in the electrical vehicle domain. And when it comes to trains, I think we all know it's the same story. A tweet recently went viral of a frustrated American proclaiming, "How are you, as a red-blooded American, allowing China to lapse us in the transportation technology race?" But by what metric can you even call this a race? Since 2008, China has built a whopping 48,000 kilometers of high-speed rail and is expected to surpass 50,000 kilometers by the end of 2025. Meanwhile, the US currently has a resounding 0 miles of high-speed rail in the entire country. The only competition China has is itself. China has just unveiled its new maglev trains that will travel at an astonishing 600 kilometers per hour, or 373 miles per hour. This will make the distance between Beijing and Shanghai transversable in just 2.5 hours. That's literally faster than flying when taking into consideration the extra steps required in air travel. And to be honest, this remarkable transformation in train travel is personal to me, as I've actually seen and experienced it with my own eyes. I can remember taking this exact train journey all the way back when I first came to China in 2007. On my first trip to Beijing from Shanghai, I remember sitting on a hard wooden seat during an overnight train ride for 13 straight hours. The train was very slow, cramped, and honestly, extremely uncomfortable. But to go from that basic level of train to maglevs rivaling passenger jet speeds in less than 2 decades is nothing short of incredible, and a testament to just how fast technology is moving in China. But honestly, it's not just trains and cars. It's virtually every single industry of the future. Ask yourself, when was the last time you saw a noticeable change in your iPhone? Meanwhile, companies like Huawei and Xiaomi are releasing innovations every year, like sleek tri-folded phones and entirely new operating systems. Recent clips have gone viral over Huawei's new touchless file sharing, which allows you to literally grab files and drop them onto the desired device destination. But what's most amazing is that all of these future technologies require massive energy outputs. Instead of recognizing this fact and building out its energy supply, the United States energy generation has stagnated for decades. At the same time, China has been well prepared, producing exponential energy growth on par with the pace of technological innovation. While the United States is doubling down on drilling for fossils, which is a toxic industry with its days numbered, China is going in the exact opposite direction. Followers of this channel will know that there is a constant stream of hopeful stories about China's breakthroughs in renewable energy. In just the past year, we've covered stories on fusion reactors, thorium reactors, and massive infrastructure projects in hydro, solar, and wind. And honestly, all of these projects will change the future of how our world depends on energy. But once again, it begs the question, where is the competition? When was the last time you heard about a new dominant EV model coming from the United States? A new high-speed train, a cutting-edge renewable energy technology? It's not just happening. And now with the green light to sell NVIDIA chips to China, there is an effective admission that even America's strongest remaining edge in microchip technology also has its days numbered. Now that NVIDIA's high-end chips are once again allowed into the Chinese market, could this actually backfire and hurt companies like Huawei? To be honest, the answer is no, because everything we've seen from Chinese planning suggests otherwise. China will not stop innovating because of NVIDIA. In fact, I'm fully confident in predicting that China will develop domestic chips that match or even surpass those currently produced by the US and Taiwan in the future. It's only a matter of time. Chinese leaders are not naive, and the last 8 years have shown them that American policy is volatile and subject to sudden reversals. Chinese leaders understand that strategic independence remains essential, and that's why developing advanced domestic chip-making capabilities continues to be a national priority for China, and why the Chinese simply won't let their foot off the gas. Like it or not, China is not going anywhere. It's not a threat to be contained. It's a global force that has already arrived, and it's reshaping the world as we speak. The sooner people in Washington and Wall Street accept that, the sooner we can start building a future that actually works for everyone. What we're witnessing right now with NVIDIA is proof that cooperation works, not hostility, leads to real wins for businesses and for ordinary people. This deal is a win for NVIDIA. It's a win for China, and it's a win for the United States. But most importantly, it's a win for the idea that the world's two largest economies don't have to be locked in a zero-sum game. Because as I often say on this channel, when the United States and China work together, the entire world wins, not just in profits and production, but in the progress of civilization itself. It's time to be honest. The idea of decoupling was always a fantasy. The global economy doesn't work like that, and it never did. Supply chains, talent, and innovation are all deeply intertwined. And if you're serious about being part of the future, you simply can't ignore China. And that is the main reason why Donald Trump had to reverse his decision and is now allowing America's most important tech company access to the most valuable market in the world. Everyone, if you're serious about being part of the future, you can't afford to ignore China. You have to be in the room. You have to see it for yourself. And that's exactly why I'm back here in China this summer to bring you stories from the ground that nobody else is telling. As always, I want to thank you for your continued support.
Today is July 26, 2025. There is an ongoing armed conflict between the Kingdom of Thailand and neighboring Cambodia here in Southeast Asia, where I am based. This has been going on for several days now. Let's take a look at some of the headlines from the Western media regarding this conflict. Thailand and Cambodia exchange heavy artillery fires, border battle expands. This was July 25th, yesterday. And here's a little summary. Cambodia PM says Thailand agreed to ceasefire, then backed out. Thailand says it agrees in principle with truce. We'll consider based on conditions. US, Malaysia, China have offered to mediate. Thailand says Cambodia accuses Thailand of damaging 11th century temple. Cambodia attacking civilian areas with rockets, shelling. Thailand says, and also video taken by Cambodians in Cambodia show BM-21 Grad rocket launchers firing these unguided rockets into civilian areas where they are blowing up 7-Elevens, gas stations, hitting hospitals, hitting people's homes, and killing civilians. We have this from CNN. Cambodia condemns Thai military over damage to UNESCO World Heritage Site, and they're complaining about F-16s dropping bombs on a road near the temple. But why is Thailand dropping bombs on roads in Cambodia or on maybe residential areas. And you have to remember these bombs are precision-guided weapons, unlike the BM-21 Grad rockets. Why might they be doing that? Probably because Cambodian forces are operating their multiple launch rocket systems from these roads and from residential areas. And in the fighting, we have seen Thailand deploy drones, and these drones are carrying out drone drop operations, as they're often called in the Ukraine-Russia war. And these are drones that fly over a target, drop a grenade or a mortar or an improvised explosive device, and blow up whatever the target is below it. And there's footage of Thai drones doing this to localized ammunition dumps. When you're firing artillery, you will have a stash of ammo nearby that you're drawing from to load your weapon and fire it. And if the enemy finds that and targets it, well, all of your ammunition is gone, and many things nearby might be damaged as that ammunition goes off. And it's useful to look at a map and see what is going on. So we have Asia, China, India, the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia. Here is Thailand. And here is Cambodia, Laos to the north, Vietnam along the coast. And much of this fighting is taking place along this border here. This is where the disputed territory is. But I've also heard reports of clashes near Trat, which is a Thai province near the Cambodian border and is nowhere near this disputed territory. So why is that happening? If that is confirmed, that signifies that Cambodia is trying to escalate this beyond just the border clashes that have taken place in the past. Now, people are asking me, why is this happening? Who is behind this? Is this a proxy war? And if so, between whom? And it's not really a proxy war being fought between a US ally and a Chinese ally per se. It is more of a conflict the US is trying to start to do to Thailand and also China the same thing it has been doing to Russia. Do you remember the Rand Corporation documents extending Russia competing from advantageous ground? And they have all of these measures that they want to use to overextend, to put pressure on and overextend Russia internally, externally, through economics, through geopolitical measures, which means through war, proxy war, terrorism. If the US were to devise a plan like this to overextend, say, Thailand or Southeast Asia, or to create problems in Southeast Asia for China itself, where would they go? They would go to ongoing disputes that have resulted in clashes in the past, and they would ignite all of these conflicts. The US is already behind an ongoing war in Myanmar between US-backed militants and opposition groups and the central government. So that is on the western border of Thailand. On the eastern border is this temple issue, and this has happened in 2008, 2011, and now 2025. And if you look at each one of these junctures, at each one of these junctures, a US client regime is either trying to get into power or stay into power. And every single time this happens, fighting takes place in Thailand's deep south, where there are separatist groups trying to carve off Thai territory in the deep south. And this border issue always flares up. And so it is to Thailand what these options, these US options are to Russia. Pressure points the US pushes on when they are trying to overextend Thailand, coerce Thailand. Why are they trying to coerce Thailand? Because a US-backed client regime is in power right now, and it is in the process of being undermined and removed. Very slowly but surely. I have a guide from 2020 going over US interference in Thailand. Now, this is in regards to protests that were taking place in 2019 and 2020. But all of this information is still relevant. All of these opposition groups are still in business. They're still operating. These billionaires are still at the center of Thai politics. Right now, the current prime minister, although she's suspended, is the daughter of billionaire Thaksin Shinawatra. This is a picture of him in New York at the Council on Foreign Relations in 2006, when the Thai military ousted his government from power. He was prime minister from 2001 to 2006. While prime minister, he began selling Thailand out to the United States. Before he became prime minister, He was a Carlyle advisor. This is an equity firm connected to the Bush Senior administration. And before he became prime minister, he told people that he would use his political connection and position to make deals for US equity firms, connect them to Thai resources and infrastructure. And then that's what he did while he was prime minister. He started strip mining state-owned enterprises and natural resources, including PTT, which is the oil production enterprise here in Thailand. There's been a long fight to try to reverse all the damage he did all the way back between 2001 and 2006. He also sent Thai troops to Iraq to participate in the US occupation of Iraq from 2003 on. Were very unpopular amongst Thais. That was something he did. He also invited the US CIA to use Thailand as part of their extraordinary rendition program. This is all happening under Thaksin Shinawatra. And a lot of people like to bring up Thailand is a major non-NATO ally of the United States. That designation was made in 2003 when Thaksin Shinawatra was Prime Minister of Thailand. And things have drastically changed since then. The US wants him back into power. They want to eliminate the Thai institutions preventing him from achieving total power over Thailand. They do not want to roll back that status. They want it in place so they can cement it once they get Thaksin and his proxies into power once and for all. So that is what's going on in Thailand. This current conflict right now with Cambodia, there is not just Thailand versus Cambodia. It is the current Thai civilian government backed by the US, the Thai military, which opposes US control over Thailand, and the Cambodian government, whom Thaksin is very close friends and associates with. The Cambodian government, headed by Hun Sen and now his son, Hun Manet, they have participated in US destabilizing actions here in Thailand for many, many years. When the US was trying to get Thaksin back into power after 2006, they organized color revolution, mobs, and even in armed violence, militants with war weapons, especially in 2010, took to the city. They burned sections of the city to the ground. A dress rehearsal, if you will, for the US engineered Arab Spring the next year in 2011. And when these people fled, when it failed and they fled to Cambodia, and that's where they were harbored, and that's where they have operated out of for many years since. And leading up to this conflict, this current conflict, Thaksin Shinawatra had been in Cambodia with Hun Sen just last year, talking about something. He is recognized as the de facto leader of Thailand, despite his daughter technically being now the suspended prime minister, but prime minister of Thailand. They were up to something. And now suddenly there is this border clash that pops up again. In 2008, when the US was trying to get Thaksin and his party back into power. 2011, Thaksin was trying to get his sister Yingluck Shinawatra into power. Border flared up again. And now in 2025, as his daughter is being worked out of the government, this border issue flares up again. It's also important to understand, because there might be confusion, there is another billionaire, Thanathorn Juangroongruangkit. He is the junior partner of Thaksin Shinawatra. They often like to pretend that they're at odds with each other. But if you are here in Thailand and you're familiar with both of these people and their movements, their headquarters are literally right next to each other. Bangkok is a massive, massive city. You could go up to a skyscraper in all directions. You will see the city extend out indefinitely. And yet their headquarters are literally right next to each other. And in the past, they had openly worked together. And now they work together in a way that's more like good cop, bad cop. Thaksin tries to pretend that he wants to make up with Thailand's institutions, indigenous institutions. Thanathorn wants to overthrow them. So you have the carrot and the stick, and they're trying to work their way in through carrot and stick, all backed by the US. And again, if you go to this article, which will be linked in the video description below, I include all of the evidence, the National Endowment for Democracy funding behind all of them, all of the core protest leaders and their connection to any defunded organizations. Thanathorn Juangroongruangkit, and I'll play the clip also. When Thailand began building a much closer relationship with China. And this was after Thaksin Shinawatre's sister, Yingluck Shinawatre, was overthrown in 2014, the second military coup, removing Thaksin and his proxies from power. That is when Thailand began really cementing its ties with China. That is when they signed the Thai-Chinese high-speed rail line deal. That's when construction began on it. That is when Thailand began buying by far more weapons from China than from the US. That is when Thailand began ramping up military drills with China to offset ongoing long-standing drills that had been conducted with the US over the years. And this is when the economy had begun fully pivoting to China being the largest investor, import and export partner, source of tourism. That is when all of that took place. And Thaksin and Thanaton, they have both been playing roles to try to slow this down or reverse it. And so Thanaton in particular traveled to the United States. He went to the Hyperloop project in the desert in Nevada, and then he came back and he said, we need to cancel the Thai-Chinese high-speed rail and build Hyperloop, which, by the way, was always fiction. It never really existed. It was never a real option. What he was saying is, don't build any infrastructure at all if you have to build it with China. Better to just not build it at all and not develop at all than to make closer ties with China. And then he said something even more alarming, should be alarming to anybody.
We want to rebalance the game of power between big nations. I think over the past 5 years, we have been giving too much importance in dealing with China. We want to reduce that, and we want to rebalance our relationship to the Europe, to the Japan, to the US more.
Thailand needs to pivot away from China back towards the US, Europe, and Japan, despite these countries, the EU as a bloc, representing no actual better alternative than China has to offer Thailand. So the goal here is very simple. Thailand, its institutions, the military, the monarchy, you could call it a deep state of special interests that are invested in Thailand because they're located here in Thailand. They want a closer relationship with China. They don't want to close the door on the US, but they also don't want the US rearranging their society and telling them how to run their own business. Thaksin and Thanaton are forces that are meant to politically capture the country and do to Thailand what the US has done to the Philippines, to Ukraine, to Georgia, in many ways to Cambodia. Now let's examine the economics between the ties between the US and China and both of these countries. Let's look at that real quick. This is important to understand. This is Thailand. This is via the Harvard University Atlas of Economic Complexities. This is as of 2023, but it should be around the same right now. If you look at Thailand exports, by far the largest export partner is China. And you say, Brian, it's 13, almost 14%, and this is 16%. You have to count Hong Kong. Hong Kong is part of China. Okay, so if you take this 4% plus this 14%, you have 18% versus 16%. So China is the largest export partner of Thailand, and Asia as a whole is the largest export region. The US, North America, Europe combined don't even come close. And then in terms of imports, the US hardly makes anything at all. And obviously, China and the rest of Asia is Thailand's largest source of imports. What about Cambodia? It's almost a negative image of Thailand. The largest export partner of Cambodia is the United States, a whopping 35.27%. Together with Canada and Europe, it dwarfs all of Asia combined, including China. China doesn't even come close. Now, of course, for imports, again, they just don't make anything of use. China, Thailand, Vietnam, they're right there for Cambodia. So obviously they're going to import more from them than from these other countries. They also don't have any money to buy anything from these countries. So when you look at that, it tells you a story of economic cooperation and also dependence. And Thailand is in a much better position to counter leverage nations are trying to gain over, especially the West, because that's what they do when it comes to trade and economics. Cambodia, not so much. Here's something else you might not know about Cambodia. They use the US dollar as currency inside their own country. Yes, that is true. This is from the Phnom Penh Post. This is this year, July 2025. This month, the dominance of the dollar in Cambodia, causes, effects, solutions. This link will be in the video description below. It's very tragic. It's very sad why this is and how difficult it will be for Cambodia to change this. There's no sign that they will change this. And they talk about how other countries have gone from using the US dollar to their own domestic currency. Laos is an example. I remember many years ago going to Laos and seeing US dollars and thinking how strange that was. Today, they're doing all of their exchanges in KIP, the local currency of Laos. They have regained their dignity. Thailand, but most importantly, China, have invested in development in Laos, real development, lifted the country up out from under the shadow of US imperialism and given them their dignity and their sovereignty back. They actually have a operating high-speed rail line that connects Thailand to China. Now, let's look at this. This is pretty much how this all began. Pat Tongton Chinawat, the daughter of Thaksin Chinawat, who's just doing whatever her father is telling her. She is not qualified to be prime minister. She is just there because her last name is Chinawat. And she is making some sort of deal with Cambodia regarding this disputed territory that goes all the way back to French colonial times. By the way, Thailand is the only country never colonized by a Western power in this region. Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam were colonized by the French. Myanmar, Malaysia, Singapore, colonized by the British. And Thailand was in the middle, and they remained uncolonized. And that was because of their military and monarchy uniting the people and preventing colonial powers from dividing and destroying their society like they did to all of their neighbors. Now, this border dispute has been ongoing since the early 1900s. The French, when they were drawing their maps, made mistakes, and then international institutions, which are actually just Western institutions, deliberately left this unresolved to keep it as a ticking time bomb. So when they need a conflict to spark, and they can get one or the other or both parties on either side of the border to spark that conflict, then they will. And that is how they colonized the region in the first place, and that's how they maintain influence over it to this day. So Thaksin Chinawat, his daughter, his political party, were making some sort of deal or plan with Cambodia regarding this disputed territory on the border. And they knew the Thai military and Thai people would never accept this. They knew by doing this, they would create a crisis that would put the military in an impossible position and probably trigger armed conflict. And this is what they had done the last two times, 2008, 2011 also. And when this conversation was leaked, the prime minister had a conversation with Hun Sen in Cambodia, and they were talking about this, and they were saying, the Thai military is the one causing the problem, not me. I'm not part of this. They're the ones making the problem, not me. And then this was leaked, and this divided Thai people. It angered Thai people, and it created an environment in which this conflict could be tipped off. And then Cambodia took the provocative measures of mining the border where Thai troops were patrolling, severely injuring, blowing the leg off of a Thai soldier. And then there was the fire of unguided rockets by Cambodia into populated areas on the Thai side of the border, which includes a lot of ethnic Cambodians, by the way. I've been to that border region. There are people from Cambodia living on the Thai side, coexisting very well with Thai people. There is no real animosity between these two countries. A lot of people make this out as if it's some sort of historical issue. People don't go to war over history, over religion, over ethnicity. These are things people in power use to dupe people into fighting wars that are based purely on power and profit. Power and profit that will not be shared with these ordinary people duped into it. That needs to be remembered. And so, in other words, they work together. The civilian government in Thailand and the government in Cambodia work together to create this conflagration, to draw the Thai military in and create this problem. And as the US has done to Russia, create all of these pressure points on Thailand, just like they have done to Russia. And if you look at Thailand, so they have this border issue here. Cambodia reportedly is operating down here now. You have a war in Myanmar taking place all along the border here. And you have US-backed separatists in the Deep South killing people and trying to carve off provinces in the Deep South. And all of this has been going on and accelerating every single time US-backed client regimes are either trying to worm their way into power or trying to stay in power. And of course, inside Thailand, you have the NED-funded opposition and the media and everyone else working against Thailand's best interest because they are politically captured by the US. And zooming out and just looking at this from a distance, at a minimum, the US simply wants to create conflict across Asia because Asia is uniting like never before, rising together with China, and the US openly says it wants to counter this. How are they going to do that? They're not going to offer Asia an alternative to cooperate with them in ways China cannot offer. They have no intention of doing that. They couldn't do that even if they wanted to. So how are they doing it? By creating conflict and division, chaos and pressure, overextending individual countries and the entire region, just like they're doing to Russia, just like they've been doing to Iran in the Middle East, and as they are doing here in Asia. And I warned people that this was coming. I warned people that what the US is doing in Europe and in the Middle East, they will do here in Asia. And they're setting up all of the pieces. And this is just the beginning. And even if this conflict calms down, it's always simmering. It's always a pressure point that could ignite at any moment while they build up the Philippines as a US proxy, as they continue militarizing Taiwan, an island province of the rest of China, as they continue fortifying their positions in Japan and South Korea and Okinawa and Pacific Islands, all closer to China than to the US, and as they try to sow political division inside these countries and between them. So this is what is actually going on. People need to see this. They need to, I've argued with many people the last several days. They say, Brian, you're right about Ukraine. You're right about Syria and Iran. You were even right about Trump. I thought you were wrong about Trump, but you were absolutely right about Trump. But Brian, you are wrong about Thailand. Thailand is a non-NATO US ally. They have been since 2003. And you expect me to believe that the US isn't backing Thailand? This is where I live. This is where I've gotten all of my insight to analyze with precision all of these other areas that I've never actually visited. This is where I've been almost my entire adult life, here in Thailand. I've watched firsthand the US interfere here. I've watched them build up Thaksin and also Thanathon and their associated political movements. I've watched the protests. I've heard the explosions and the gunfire. I've walked past the places they've burned down and destroyed. I have friends personally affected by all of this. I have a relative, a family relative on the border who had to leave the area because of the fighting right now. I'm much more aware of what's going on here than anywhere else in the world. So it's probably your own bias that you refuse to overcome. And this is the reason you don't want to listen to my analysis and the conclusions they implicate. Thailand has had a relationship with the United States over many years. It's complicated. Thailand was in a region the US was bombing. They were bombing Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, and Thailand was next. And the US even encouraged a communist insurgency in Thailand, had nothing to do with actual communism. And Thailand decided they would host US troops and they would play along. And then as soon as the war was over, US troops went home, and that relationship has gradually faded since, and has long since been replaced by a much closer, stronger, more constructive relationship with China. And that is where things stand right now. And this is what the US wants to reverse, and doing it through conflict and chaos, internal division and division between Thailand and its neighbors. That is the way the US does it. That is their only playbook. That's what they're doing everywhere else. That is what they're doing here. I will continue keeping an eye on this. I hope, look at the video description below. There will be a lot of links, and I will try to break it up into...
Kofi, follow me.